Gloria Gonzalez Delucia, Anna Smith,
Here.
Christine Maurer,
Here.
Trish Bodie,
Here.
Sade Fashokun,
Here.
Paul Goodham, Francesca Romans.
Here. It is 6:20 p.m. and with the quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. It is my pleasure to introduce Cadet Major Matilda Chansey to lead us in our pledges tonight. Matilda is the daughter of Ray and Norn Chansey. Matilda serves at the Leander Air Force Junior ROTC Director of Operations and the AFJROTC Competitive Drill Team Commander. Outside of school, Matilda enjoys the outdoors, especially fishing. Matilda aspires to become a pediatrician in the U.S. Army. Go Army. Well done, Cadet Major Chansey.
If you would join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
And now we will move to one of our board's favorite agenda topics is our Spotlight on Learning. And this week we have New Hope High School. Welcome, Dr. Courier.
Good evening, Board, Madam President, Dr. Gearing. It's good to see everybody this evening, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to really show what happens behind the walls of New Hope High School. So what I wanted to do tonight is really just give an opportunity for our students to talk, because New Hope is nothing if it is not a collection of stories, individualized stories by students that actually live out the Leander ISD graduate profile. Somebody asked me the other day why I even wanted to come over to New Hope, and somebody suggested that I might want to mention something about it. And so I actually was all in whenever New Hope came up and online, because I actually grew up economically disadvantaged and an at-risk kid. I was in and out of DAEP, and my last couple of years of high school, I actually lived in a 10 by 12 portable storage building, a literal shack, and worked some jobs after school each day. This is my free and reduced lunch ticket from when I was in school, and it's something that I actually show the kids because I want them to understand it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And I'll talk about that a little bit more at the very end of this, but I want to go ahead and give them as much time as possible.
Hi, I'm Emily Brooks. I recently graduated from New Hope last February. I came to New Hope because I owed over 200 school hours. Those were for numerous reasons, for my type 1 diabetes and my mental health that I struggled with. And with that considered, I was told I wasn't going to be able to graduate in the spring of 2023. I'm a person who doesn't like to be told no when it comes to my future. So I decided to explore other options. My counselor told me about New Hope. I'm not gonna lie, I was very hesitant because I didn't want to leave all of my friends and my favorite teacher. But I got a call from Dr. Courier and he completely changed my mind. I ended up going to New Hope with my best friend since kindergarten. Still, when I got there, I I was worried about the friends I would make and the teachers I would have, but I changed my mind immediately again. Because the school was so small, I got to form bonds with every single staff member. They are the true reason why I was so successful. Something I struggled with at my home campus was my ADHD. I got diagnosed pretty late, so I never got the complete training on how to deal with it. And between my ADHD and missing school, I struggled. But with the way they teach at New Hope, I was able to complete 2 years of math, English, and science in 5 months, as well as my full senior year. New Hope has now become my home campus. I was given the choice between a Rouse diploma or one from New Hope, and I chose New Hope. I actually felt excited to come to school and to learn and to see the progress bar move more and more every day. Seeing that bar move helped my ADHD and my mental health tremendously. I love this school very much, and I hope to see it grow more. Thank you for your time.
Hi everyone, my name is Haley Kessler and I graduated from New Hope High School this past April. Although I ended my senior year at New Hope, I started at Glenn High School. To summarize things before my senior year, my high school experience was similar to almost everyone else's. Imagine an average teenager. I was that. I come from a well-to-do family, had boyfriends, friends, and my best friend Sarah. I had worked multiple jobs and unassumingly was reasonably bright in academics. Most importantly, I didn't possess a genuine sense of direction. I lived and let live. I had a vague idea of where I wanted life to lead me. However, I had yet to progress toward that idea. I didn't know it then, but I was already being guided. I found out of my direction on a mundane Thursday night in October of 2022. I was 30 weeks pregnant. If you couldn't have guessed, I felt like my life had ended. In a sense, it did. 2 weeks later, my baby's father left. That all sounds exponentially disappointing. It was. You never think it'll happen to you, and then it does. I had to get over that disappointment quickly. If you've forgotten, to reiterate, I was 7 months along. I had to graduate. There was no way around that. Nevertheless, I wouldn't have felt content staying at Glenn once the baby came. I only needed a few more credits to graduate. However, I wasn't going to be able to finish before the end of the fall semester. My counselor at Glenn suggested I look into New Hope High School. I could finish at my own pace, however quickly or slowly I needed to go. This was the most sensible option. So just before Christmas break, I enrolled at New Hope. On December 30th, my son David Bennett was born. I completed one of my 4 classes before he arrived, so I had 3 left. During the 6-week recovery period, I finished another with my homebound teacher, Mrs. Lopez. The final 2 classes, statistics and English 4, took me slightly longer. New Hope graciously allowed me to bring my son to school and set me up in a separate workspace. I came and went as I pleased, but completed my final credits and graduated with honors on April 12th. The environment at New Hope was remarkably welcoming. I never felt a sense of judgment in my situation, as I often did at my previous school. Now that I've graduated, I plan on moving forward with my education as I had hoped before Bennett came into the picture. First, I'm going to get my EMT certification. After working as an EMT, I plan on enrolling at Austin Community College next fall to pursue an associate degree in emergency medical services. After that, I plan to work as a paramedic and possibly teach one day. I'm optimistic for my career. Looking back on my experience with New Hope, I feel immensely grateful. They probably didn't know it then, but my interactions with Dr. Courier, Miss Middleton, and Mrs. Blake, when I first met them, helped me feel much more secure in my decision to keep Bennett. In arguably the most vulnerable point in my life, they played an essential role in my understanding of the importance of community. Because of this, one of my main goals is to be a positive figure for the community around me. Thank you to everyone at Parents as Teachers and at New Hope High School who helped me feel empowered to continue my academic goals while still being the best mother I can be for my son. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Anastasia Hilabeda. I'm 18 years old and have been a student of Leander ISD since I was in pre-K, but I'm on my 6th month at New Hope High School. My upbringing was far from adequate. I spent the first 12 years of my life coincidentally in the apartments right here in front of Concordia, raised by a single mom with 4 kids and a father who occasionally came into town at his convenience. It was in those apartments where I was severely abused, neglected, and surrounded by things and people no child ever should be. Moving into middle school was when my situation progressed into a way that would forever change my life. My mother's schizophrenia began to show and worsen, and as I got older, I began to realize the abnormality of my life. My freshman year, my sister moved out. I was all alone at home, and my mom was at her worst. At that time, I was a student at Vandergrift, and in March 2020, we went into online learning. Shortly after was when I made the decision to stay with my best friend's family for the time, which eventually led to my mother's complete abandonment at 15. After leaving, struggles with my mental health severely worsened. I was working 40 hours a week at times and legally became a homeless youth under the McKinney-Vento law. I was out of school for nearly a year and a half and feared every day I may never finish my education. After so much time, so much hard work, and help from close mentors in my life, I discovered New Hope. Having never heard of the school, I was reluctant and scared. What if the teachers aren't nice? What if I can't understand how they explain material, like what has previously happened in other public schools? What if the students are mean? What if this doesn't work? In less than 9 months, I will have completed 2 full years of high school at and because of New Hope. Monday through Friday, I happily walk into that school. New Hope makes me happy. It makes me feel smart, valued, and safe. New Hope has the teachers who will ask you how work was this weekend before they ask if you're ready to take that unit test. The teachers who ask and will get up out of their own desk to come talk to you and sit on the floor with you if they notice you're having even a slightly off day. The teachers who make sure that you ate that day. The teachers who are understanding. The teachers who care. I used to look forward to going to school when I was little because for 8 hours I could get away from the screaming, the bruises, the empty pantries. I'm blessed enough to be out of that situation, and now I look forward to seeing Dr. Courier, Mrs. Lane, Mrs. Blake, Mr. Blakeney, Mr. Butler, Mrs. Middleton, Mrs. Bauer, Ms. Burgess, Ms. Leaker, Mr. Borick, and Ms. Colley. I don't want more schools like New Hope. I need more schools like New Hope. We need more schools like New Hope for kids like little me and even 15-year-old me. I wish I could put into words or have you see firsthand what just 11 administrators accomplish daily for that campus and its students. But in the meantime, I will just say I am so indefinitely grateful for being granted the chance to be a student at NHHS. And I'm so honored and unbelievably proud that in 3 months, I will have my high school diploma handed to me by Dr. Courier with New Hope High School on the front page. Thank you.
So in closing, students come to New Hope for a variety of reasons. The main thing that we really focus on New Hope is we create an individualized graduation plan for each kid. So we figure out where they're at, what goals they have, and we align their instructional path to whatever their goals are going to be post-graduation. It's through this and creating a family environment where all the teachers, all the administrators, all the students, we all work shoulder to shoulder together, because that's how real learning happens. It's not through a hierarchy, it's not through systems, it's about, like she said, sitting on the floor and getting down to the basics. We appreciate the opportunity and letting us turn the walls of New Hope High School transparent today, and invite any of y'all to come out anytime y'all would like to see the great things going on within our walls with our New Hope High School scholars. Thank you.
Can y'all hold on for a second? Dr. Courier, we would like to get a picture with the board, but I also just want to tell you 3, thank y'all for telling your story. That is one of the bravest things that you can do right now. You told your story, and a lot of your stories are a lot of what our students are dealing with day to day, and they're watching, and you're going to inspire them, and you're going to give them hope. So thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for telling your story, but most importantly, thank you for being strong. Thank y'all. And we want a picture. I'll try not to cry anymore. Next, we're going to move to our other favorite part is our recognitions. The recognition part of the agenda, we're going to watch a video showcasing some of our outstanding honors our students and staff have recently received.
Hello and welcome back to a new school year at LASD. My name's Kiera Cox.
I'm Reed Cummins.
And I'm Lulu Lynch. We hope you all had a great summer and are feeling refreshed and ready to take on the new 2023-2024 school year.
A new school year may be starting, but let's reflect on some of the amazing recent achievements.
We are
from
having
staff
some
and
technical
students.
difficulties. We'll just stand by.
Rouse High School graduate Langston Lee was awarded the National High School Musical Theater Jimmy Award for Best Performance by an Actor.
This isn't the first time he's been recognized for his talent on stage. Langston also won the Heller Award for the Young Artist. The former Rouse Raider is now in the Big Apple, where he'll be studying at the Juilliard School this fall.
We wish him luck and I hope he takes Hello and welcome back to a new school year at LASD. My name's Kiera Cox.
I'm Reed Cummins.
And I'm Lulu Lynch. We hope you all had a great summer and are feeling refreshed and ready to take on the new 2023-2024 school year.
A new school year may be starting, but let's reflect on some of the amazing recent achievements from our staff and students.
Rouse High School graduate Langston Lee was awarded the National High School Musical Theater Jimmy Award for Best Performance by an Actor.
This isn't the first time he's been recognized for his talent on stage. Langston also won the Heller Award for the Young Artist. The former Rouse Raider is now in the Big Apple, where he'll be studying at the Juilliard School this
Mike,
fall.
we're going to try this. Will you start it
Wish him
again
luck
for me,
and
Mark?
I hope he takes a little
And
bit
turn
of
the sound
Leander
off.
with him wherever he goes.
And I'm going to do my very best impersonation of these
The
kids. Watch
Westside Rockets
this.
are launching leadership into orbit. This school is
I can't see that, so I don't know how synced this is going to be, but we're going to try. I don't even know their names, but watch this. This is going to be good. Music playing in the background. Can you hear it? Okay, here we go. Hello and welcome back to the new school year at LISD. My name is, and we hope you all had a great summer and feeling refreshed and ready to take on the 23-24 school year. A new school year may be starting, but let's reflect on some of the amazing recent achievements from our students and staff. Rouse High School graduate Langston Lee was awarded the National High School Musical Theater Jimmy Award for the Best Performance by an Actor. This isn't the first time he's been recognized for his talent on stage. Langston also won the Heller Award for Young Artists. The former Rouse Raider is now in the Big Apple, where he'll be studying at the Juilliard School this fall. We wish him luck and hope he takes on a little bit of the Leander way with him wherever he goes. Fire up the engine. Westside Rockets are launching leadership into orbit. The school was recently recertified as a Lighthouse School, an honor they received back in 2019. To earn a Lighthouse certification, a school must demonstrate growth and innovation within the Leader in Me program framework. Westside did so by capitalizing on all the areas of leadership, culture, and academics. The Henry Middle School Theater Program, under the direction of Lori Boyd, is getting recognized across the state for their dedication to their craft. The Texas Educational Theater Association is acknowledging the school for reaching the exemplary level of Texas ETA's Award of Distinction. This award represents the department's commitment to educational growth, fostering a supportive learning environment, and promoting a culture of achievement. The Texas ETA will honor the department's accomplishments in their annual award ceremony during Theater Fest in Galveston in September. We're not done bragging about Henry Middle School just yet. The school band became the state champs at the Texas Music Educators Association Honor Band Competition. Got to go faster. They claimed the title in the 3C classification and will be performing at the TMEA State Convention in San Antonio this school year. Right across the street, I don't know, Vista Ridge High School's Assistant Principal Wendell Mills has been named Region 13 High School Assistant Principal of the Year. Texas Association of Secondary School Principals made the announcement over the summer. Since 2015, Mills has served in many different roles. Vista Ridge High School Principal Paul Johnson said, "Wendell Mills is a true difference maker. He is an outstanding role model who passionately serves and connects with all Vista Ridge stakeholders." Mills will now be eligible for the state title of Texas Assistant Principal of the Year. Lastly, one of the district's very own teachers was honored with a resolution at the Texas State Capitol during the 88th legislative session. Mike Sanders has been with LISD since 2010, working with countless students who have disabilities. Lately, he's been part of the Homebound program where he goes to students' homes and helps further their education. One of the amazing things about our Homebound program is we do honestly get to see the student in their home environment at their most comfortable, and finding ways to work successfully with them in the environment is enlightening and encourages us to really try to do as much as possible to reach the student, to help them make progress throughout the school year in a non-traditional setting, and it also helps to really connect with the families. This distinction is something that Mike and his family are quite familiar with. His grandmother was given a proclamation by the House of Representatives for her 40-plus years of service as a teacher in a nearby rural area. We and everyone at LISD want to congratulate Mike Sanders for this well-deserved recognition. Oh, I got too fast now. The school year has barely started, and there's already so much to celebrate at LISD. We hope to keep highlighting the many accomplishments from across the district. And remember, there's no place like one LISD. And if I can, Mike Sanders is actually here, and so we'd invite him to please stand and be recognized.
Thank you, Dr. Gearing, for a fantastic narration. I expected some singing, though, okay?
That's why Langston won the award and not me.
Hey, you never know. We will now move into the citizens' comments portion of our agenda, and we will watch a short introduction. No, we will not. I will be reading the script.
There you go.
Okay. I was really hoping not to do this. All right. I'm just going to repeat it, y'all. We will now move to the citizens' comments portion of our agenda. Please note that there are other ways you can communicate with the board, but this agenda item is time set aside for us during the meeting to hear from our community. We are restricted in the ways we can interact with you during this portion of the meeting per our board operating procedures and policy BED local, which state that the board shall not deliberate or make decisions regarding any subject that is not on the posted agenda. Therefore, please note this format is not a conversation, not a back and forth discussion. So we ask that your comments respect that limitation, and as such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name who would not be able to respond. Our board operating procedures enumerates further requests, but I will sum by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. We ask that the audience and those participating help us maintain decorum of this meeting, and as such, there should be no outbursts or verbal demonstrations during citizens' comments. Each speaker has up to 1.5 minutes, and it is my intention that we respect and honor each speaker's time. I will now call the first speaker. You have speaker number 1. You have 1.5 minutes to address the Board of Trustees. You will hear a chime when your 1.5 minutes are up. Please press the button on your mic to speak and push it again to turn it off when you conclude. And we have a student for our first speaker. Ooh, this will be fun.
I want to say thank you for making the school bond happen. It helped fix the air conditioning in the wrestling room at Cedar Park High. That room used to be way hotter than outside, so it was really hard to practice. Thank you for helping students like me be able to wrestle safely.
Thank you. Speaker number 2.
Hi, that was my son. I'm Madam President, oh, she's not here, and esteemed board members. I hope you're doing well and staying cool. I also want to extend a heartfelt thank you to the board for their pivotal role in passing the bonds earlier this year, which enabled the district to finally repair the air conditioning in the Cedar Park High wrestling room. Although it might seem like a small matter, it holds tremendous importance to our wrestlers and coaches. To provide some perspective, wrestlers wear sweatpants to protect their knees while training. Just imagine how challenging it is to practice in a room that's hotter than outside. Think about those moments when your own air conditioning fails during a scorching day. It's uncomfortable, it's distressing. No one should have to endure such conditions, especially not our young athletes. Beyond the discomfort, the heat also poses serious safety risks during practice. Dehydration, heat exhaustion, and heat stroke were real concerns. These conditions not only jeopardized our athletes' performance, but also their well-being. Thank you for your hard work. We now have a safe and comfortable environment for our wrestling team's training. Your unwavering commitment to our school and its programs is truly remarkable. Your leadership enables our students to pursue their passions. On behalf of the parents, the wrestling team, coaches, and our entire school community, I want to express our sincere gratitude for making this vital improvement possible. Your support means the great deal to us, and we eagerly anticipate making the most of this upgraded facility. Thank you.
Thank you. What happened? Thank you. Speaker number 3.
Good evening, board members. I came here tonight and signed up to come to remind each of you about the oath that you took when you took office. It was an oath that you took to support and defend the constitutional freedoms and rights of all in the community. And I just simply want to remind you each of that oath. It's for all of us. And in spite of what I am sometimes accused of, I did not come here tonight to condemn or to judge anyone. I just simply came to remind you of that oath and the law that is behind it, protecting the freedoms of all in the community. And in following the example of my Lord and Savior Jesus in the Gospel of John, chapter 12, verse 47, where he said, I did not come, he's talking to people who thought they were rulers too. He said, I did not come to judge you. The law is what's going to judge you based on what you do. Have a good evening.
Thank you, speaker number 3. Speaker number 4.
Is that it? All right. If I speak again, I think I'll ask Dr. Gehring to read it for me, because that was pretty good earlier. I just want to thank the board and administration for going the extra mile in making the effort to not only share in detail the demographics data that informs critical decisions for our district plans for and manages growth, but for taking the time to make sure the process is transparent and understood by all who care to pay attention. No data source is more critical to planning the district's future than their demographics report. And its historical accuracy and thorough process should reinforce to everyone that proposed bond elections, new facility needs, and boundary decisions are well-informed decisions, not casual, careless ones. Just as with bond oversight and long-range planning, the effort has been made to remove all barriers that create suspicion and the perpetuation of misinformation. And we really need to get past the destructive politics that has turned our public schools into a place to fight. I hope that one day we can spend this time in these meetings focusing on the needs and accomplishments of our students and the good work of our teachers rather than adults bickering about fears and anxieties, about accusations of fiscal irresponsibility, books, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 4. Speaker number 5.
There are two particular schools that my children have attended. They happen to be the most diverse schools in Leander Independent School District. I came a couple of weeks ago to Concordia University, where you've changed the school board meetings to speak out against some of the things that have been happening to the students of Leander Middle School, Tom Glen High School, and others. You all must have associates at the Austin Chronicle, which decided to put my face at this mockery of Penisgate. That is the circus that this ISD stands behind and for. If you notice in the picture, I'm holding some papers. What they've failed to report on are some of these crimes against children. One of the parents that spoke last school board meeting talked about their 7th grader having been given a Tinder app assessment, an assignment by the 7th grade English teacher at Leander Middle School. Yet you dismiss these students' stories. The Austin Chronicle failed to report on students at Tom Glen High School who have been searched in their bra without parental consent. They haven't reported on the brutal fights at Tom Glen High School that result in students being picked up by the ambulance.
Okay, speaker number 5, your time's up. Thank you. Speaker number 6.
Maybe this one? Neighbors on the board, how are you? Although I think you can hear without talking on the speaker. I wanted to tell you about something I was thinking about today. Love this new venue, by the way. And that is experts, right? Which to me are kind of a 4-letter word. Why are they a 4-letter word? Well, you remember back in 2008, we had the financial meltdown. Those were financial experts that led us down that primrose path. In 2020, we had the medical experts lead us down the primrose path. What is it with experts, right? Kind of a 4-letter word. I'm worried, and by the way, right now we got climate change experts leading us down the primrose path. I'm worried about something that's been going on a long time, really, a long time, and that is education, so-called experts with no data to back it up. What are they doing? I've asked this district and all of you to renounce, to disavow gender theory and race theory being taught to our kids or even exposed to our kids, which is just malevolent. So far, crickets, right? So I guess I'm not surprised at the lack of wisdom that I'm seeing here in front of me. I guess next time I'll have to talk about the next piece, but maybe if you want to do something good to this district, for this district, maybe hire a different superintendent if you can find one. Thanks.
Thank you. Speaker number 6. Speaker number 7.
Sorry about that. Thank you. School year's just started, and we've already gotten some great news. You've improved our financial rating once again, which is going to save all of us some money. Our students and teachers are outperforming other school districts around us and throughout the state on the test. Again, thank you. Great job. Our teachers, our staff people, our librarians are doing fantastic work. I want to thank 6 of 7 of you because I know how hard you work. I know the long hours and the hard work that you put in. It's unfortunate that one person continues to come to these meetings unprepared. It's unfortunate that one person in these trustee meetings doesn't show up for our students, doesn't go to the athletic events, the theater events, the band events to support our students. I also want to reach out to the LGBTQ plus and trans students that attend LISD. I know it's difficult. These are challenging times, but you are loved. Trans and LGBTQ students in this community, we love and respect you. And if you need help, ask for it, because things will get better. Thank you so much for all that you're doing for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 7. And that'll conclude our citizens' comments for tonight. And next we will move to consent agenda. I need a motion.
I make the motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
We have a motion from Trish, a second from Christine. Any discussion? All in favor? Oh, yeah. 6 yay, yeses, 0 no's. Motion passes. And next, we will move to the superintendent's report. Dr. Gearing, you are up.
Thank you, Madam President. Of course, school has begun, and with that comes what I see in this child's face, which is wonder and intellectual curiosity. And I just want us to reflect on that for a little bit, because that's so much of what drives what happens in our schools every day. That idea that there might be something more out there that I need to know, that drives our students to be empowered in their own learning. And so we are thrilled to welcome everybody back to school. Our theme this year, I just want to remind everybody, is there's no place like home. And of course, we have to have the heart and the head and the courage to make the difficult decisions that drive what happens in our schools every day. But let's go and have a look at just some of the things that are going on. And you've seen these already on social media. But I want to give some quick shout outs to first our transportation department. They're the first faces that some of our students see in the morning, and the last faces that those kids see again in the evening. And they've done a phenomenal job in not only getting our students to and from school safely, but also making that student part of their student experience something that's very positive and encouraging, making connections and helping kids to make connections between each other. It really does take a whole village, and another shout out to our custodial crew who have done exceptional work this summer getting our buildings ready for our students to have a safe learning environment, and then continue to make sure that those buildings are in top-notch condition every single day. Our students, of course, are spending a lot of time at the start of school connecting to each other, connecting with their teachers, reigniting that passion for reading and learning, and you can see that happening across the district. And then not only academic subjects, but also all of those extracurricular things that keep our whole students in a very healthy way. So a shout out to our choir teachers across the district to do a phenomenal job of really instilling passion and excitement in our kids. We have middle school teachers. Let me tell you, middle school teachers are a very special breed. It takes, I've been a middle school principal, and it's one of those jobs that you either love or you hate. And our middle school teachers love working with these teenagers. And one program that I'm really excited about in the district is our unified PE program. This program exists on quite a few campuses across our district and is growing steadily as we move through the years, where we have our abled friends working together with some of our differently abled friends and really winning on both sides of that equation. want to talk a little bit about our enrollment as we go forward. So just some quick comparisons for you. We ended our last day of the last school year at 42,410. We started our first day of 23-24 at 41,279, and that's not unusual that we start lower than where we ended, a difference of 1,131 kids. But then very quickly, you can see that as of today, we're all the way up to 42,323. So now only 87 kids down on where we started. And a lot of that is sometimes they don't come the very first day. Sometimes they do, and we don't count them adequately on that very first day. And so it takes just a few days for us to settle into what exactly is happening. And to just give you some perspective, we always compare that number against our population and survey analyst projection. That number is 43,543, so we're about 12, 20 different from that number right now. But remember, and Stacy and her team will come and share this with you in a little bit, that they project on the whole year. And so we'll have kids drifting in throughout the year, and so that difference will shrink as the year goes on as well. And she'll also explain to you some of the methodology that they use in really projecting a range of values that we can expect. That projection is not exactly their projection. Their projection was 43,423. We added 120 students to that because of our pre-K 3-year-olds. And so they come in 2 waves throughout the day. And so that's where that 43,543 number comes from. To give you some more perspective on that, the low growth projection from PASA for this year was 43,190. So that would be about a 987 kid difference. And so you can see we're still a little below where that band is. But again, those students will continue to drift in as the year goes on. We'll talk about our empowered staff goal a little bit. Remember that we are focused this year on the Leander learning model. This is one of our guiding documents. And in that gray ring, you'll see a label that says support and resources. And so we want to make sure that our staff is receiving all the support that they need on our campuses and then at the district level as well. So this is where we were as of last Friday with staffing in the district. I'm not going to go into all of these numbers. You can see we have about 102 total campus vacancies. Remember, we have 48 campuses, and so 102 sounds like a lot, but that's spread across 48 campuses. So we feel really confident that we're better staffed actually than we've been for several years now in a row. One of those areas that we're struggling the most is in special education with instructional assistants, and you can see we're short in that area, and we continue to work to hire those folks. On the district level, you can see we're about, well, there are several areas that I want to point out. I'm going to start with a positive. Custodial services with 18 vacancies is a place that we haven't been in a very long time. We've consistently been over 40 vacancies in that department for the last several years, and so we're very excited about the work that we're doing to recruit and retain in the custodial services department. Child nutrition says we're down 94. As you know, we've switched vendors to SFE. That number is going to probably change as the year goes on. The staffing model there has shifted slightly, and so instead of staffing on fixed numbers at elementary, middle, and high school, they're now staffing on the number of meals that are served at that particular campus, which makes more sense. And so we probably have some positions in that 94 that we'll never fill throughout the year. Plant services at 27, and then just pointing out again that special programs has lots of support personnel that are very difficult for us to fill those positions. We continue to work really hard at that. You see 89 in the transportation department. That's a little misleading in that we only have 11 routes open right now. And again, that's a place that we haven't been for a long time. We usually have more routes open than that. And so we continue to work really hard. We also moved 30 of our crossing guard positions to seasonal part-time to transportation. We're giving them more hours and trying to encourage more folks to to fill in those positions. So trying to do some new things. So about 405. That number has actually dropped down already, so between last Friday and today, to 389. And so you can see this is a continual exercise of filling these positions as we go through the start of the school year. So we have had a really smooth start. Transportation, even today, they had some fire danger out in the western part of the district that closed some roads and caused some evacuations. The transportation department did a fantastic job of rolling out emergency management and making sure that all of our students were reunited with their families in some form or fashion before the board meeting actually started tonight. CNS has been fantastic so far. Technology is already deployed over 19,000 one-on-one devices and continue to do exceptional work to make sure that technology is like breathing, that you really don't notice that it's not working until it doesn't work. And then, you know, you have to be a little creative sometimes and voice over things. It's all good. We have 8 new campus principals in the district. Some of those are new to being principals. Some of those are just new to the district. And we're excited to welcome them to their campuses. I managed to get to all of those campuses as part of my start of school routine and really enjoyed how smoothly they've all got started and settled into the year. We really want to thank our cities and the county for the partnerships they have with us as we worked on making sure that we had safe walking paths to schools. And we had a couple of areas at Running Brushy Middle School and Mason Elementary School that we were really concerned about before school started. They really went out of their way to make sure that all of those areas were safe for us and for our kids as they made their way to school. As you saw in some of those pictures, learning happening from day one, lots of connections being made, and we're super excited about how the school year has started. So again, to talk about our safe and innovative learning environments goal, the learning model has a whole ring dedicated to the learning environment, but some of that is also in that gray ring where we've got safe and orderly environment. Want to talk a little bit about some of the bond projects that are going on. Long-Range Planning Committee, as you know, has expanded to include community members. We meet again next Tuesday. They already brought you one recommendation this year, and thank you for acting on that. We really, really appreciate the work that that committee is doing to help us to navigate through the really challenging work of figuring out how do we make sure that we have adequate facilities for all of our students as we go forward. Safety and security, of course, is a #1 priority for us and continues to be. We want to again thank our partners for working with us on the Safety and Security Committee. We've already run some of our work by them. You'll hear some of the House Bill 3 in the presentation during the board meeting today about armed security officers at every campus and how we're dealing with that. We have architects and construction managers at risk coming to the board tonight. And what that means is that bond projects are kicking off in earnest now. And so you won't see a lot of that work happening because it's all happening behind the scenes as we start design work and start ordering materials and doing all of those things that you can't really see, but very important in making sure that we meet our deadlines as we go forward. We do have a big decision coming shortly about baseball and softball and whether we're going to try to get those open for this season or if we'll wait until next summer to do those. Of course, the drought and the hot weather has not been kind to our baseball and softball fields, and so that's weighing into that decision some. We should have that for you in the next couple of weeks. Not bond related, but partially so. Remember, elementary school number 30 is already under construction out of bond savings from 2007-2017. We've been working closely with the city of Leander and are appreciative for the work they've done to make sure that we can get that school open in August of 2024. We are going to have a tight timeline on that one. And so we're going to pray for good weather and a smooth construction season as we go through the winter months. Thank you to the board for approving the budget in June. That season is not quite over yet because as we wait on the impeachment trial to get going this week and next week, we expect that potentially there'll be an October special session that will deal with school vouchers as well as potentially school finance again. and so we will keep you posted on what's happening there. Student activities well underway. Football officially starts this week. In fact, we have campuses playing tonight already, and then tomorrow night. Cross country in the morning. If you're an early morning riser, get out to Vista Ridge High School at 7 tomorrow and watch our kids taking on the heat. And of course, all 6 high schools volleyball palooza. That one's inside, so if you prefer the air conditioning, then you're welcome to show up at any one of our high schools and enjoy watching our students really engage and perform at their very best. As you know, we have moved school board meetings down to Concordia. We want to thank Concordia specifically for really hosting us and accommodating us. They've been really, really helpful in making sure that we have what we need and that we can get in on time. This meeting room request was a last minute, and so we appreciate them being really accommodating us, and we want to thank them. I also want to thank all of our staff, our administrative staff, who's done an incredible job in pivoting and really getting it done. Special thanks to Mark and Terrace. They're doing great work over there. He makes a very difficult job look smooth and easy, so I really want to thank you, Mark, for the work that you do. I know it's stressful, but it's going to be okay. And thanks to the board. I think this is a great decision to include other parts of our 200 square mile district. I think it does help to make the board meeting more accessible to more people. So amazing things are happening here in LISD. We're grateful for the community, we're grateful for our students, and we're grateful for our faculty especially for the incredible work that they do to make all of this possible. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Gearing. Board members, do y'all have any questions? So I actually have one question, so y'all don't be mad. Dr. Gearing, on slide 14, I think what caught my eye was the 8 new campus principals. This, I feel like, is our very first year really back, right, post-COVID. And so I'm curious, how are we going about supporting those campus principals so they can truly understand the Leander way and what we're trying to do as a district?
Yeah, thank you for that question. You know, in my opinion, and nobody else take offense, but the principals, the campus principals for me are the most important people in the district. They are the ones who set the tone for what happens where the rubber meets the road, which is where students and teachers get to interact in those classrooms. And so we want to support those principals in the very best way that we can. So we have a fantastic area superintendent team whose job it is to support those principals. We're about to hire a chief of schools who will lead that team. Brian Miller is now part of that team too, who works on student services and on some of the logistical operational parts of that. We're adding a 4th area superintendent to that team. That's not a new position in the district, it's just a repurposed position. When John Graham left the district, that gave us an opportunity to really focus back on instructional leadership development for our principals, which is why we're adding that 4th area superintendent. What that does is reduces the ratio of campuses per area superintendent, really allows them to focus more carefully on instructional leadership with each of those principals. With 8 new principals to the district, that creates another level of support that's necessary. And so what we're doing is we are inviting some of our retired principals in the district back to the table to help us to work specifically with those 8 new building principals. They bring the experience they've had in LISD, they bring the culture and understanding of the Leander way, but it also then frees up our area superintendents to really focus on that instructional development. And so we're really excited about the opportunity that we have to do that as we continue to grow our principals, where the rubber meets the road.
Oh, board members, any other questions? Sorry, I didn't hear.
No, I have a follow-up then, which is, I think if I heard you correctly, and let me make sure I'm saying this right, as far as leadership being extremely important on campuses, principals, we see those as very extreme important positions. For leadership in our classrooms and leading our students, teachers are those extreme, and for leadership in district, we'll have to thumb wrestle between the board, superintendent, district leadership. We'll figure that one out later. I think what I'm hearing is it takes a team I keep going back to even about the system, is that it's not a system like it's some nefarious thing far off. It's the system of people. It's the principals, it's the teachers, it's the admin, it's the CNS, it's transportation, it's board, it's our assistant superintendents, it's all of these people coming together. So thank you so much for leading us so well.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? No, we're good. Thanks, Dr. Gehring. All right, we will now move to the next part of our agenda, 7A1, update on professional learning, our student experience. Oh, and look who we have. Yay, we know.
Oh my God, I know her.
We have Mr. Clark, Mrs. Chavez, right? And Ms. Westcott. Hello, y'all.
Do I need
It's your
is this
first
on?
time presenting.
It's me, yes.
Congratulations. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be here tonight.
Good luck.
So for those of you I haven't met, my name is Chris Clark. I'm the new Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction. And I'm just happy to be here tonight to share and I just have a small part. These ladies are going to really lead you through this update. But this is my first board presentation, so I'm excited to be here. If you guys want to click through. So this is our purpose. I don't really want to read it to you, but our goal is just to provide you with an overview of the work that's been done by many departments at Central Office as they work to support the professional learning of our staff and teachers as they started preparing for the 23-24 school year as early as June, just right after the previous school year ended. So many departments supported this work, but teaching and learning does do a lot of that, especially since our professional learning department is part of the teaching and learning department. So they've been quite busy this summer, so I just want to give them a shout out. Coincidentally, I arrived to start my first day in Leander ISD on July 10th while they were in the middle of all this work, so I got a front row view to see all the hard work that these folks do, but also be a participant in some of the things they're going to talk to you about. And if you're not aware, my wife is also a teacher in the district now, and she also participated and just really enjoyed and appreciated the professionalism that she was given as a new teacher here in the district. So at this time, I'm going to hand it over to April and Alicia.
Very good. All right, so while kids were out and enjoying the summer and swimming, our teaching and learning department and many of our staff were busy with summer professional learning. This is opportunity for our teachers to engage in choice learning, to sharpen the saw and dig in a little bit deeper in areas that they want to grow in or have particular interest in. So this summer we had well over 1,000 teachers engaging in choice-based professional learning, and well more than 12,000 continuing education hours were earned for those teachers. And so that all works towards the recertification and some of those requirements, as well as just continuing to engage and empower our staff. As a part of some of the professional learning, this August we had the ability to use some of our Title II funds to bring in Kagan Cooperative Learning for our campuses who identified a focus in the graduate profile area of skilled communicators and collaborators. So the Kagan Cooperative structures really build the skill set for communication and partnering and engagement in our classrooms. So we have a large number of our campuses that are fully trained in Kagan Cooperative structures. Well over 1,000 in just a few weeks got trained, in addition to the teachers who have already been a part of those trainings. So we're building a lot of capacity in that area, and we're excited to see where our campus leaders and our instructional coaches help follow up with those teachers and continue to move that work forward. We continue to have a focus on deeper learning and really digging into that in our system. Our Pathways and Innovation team, as well as our digital learning team, are supporting a lot of that learning through the Deeper Leading Institute with some of our campus leaders, where they engage in some learning around just the transformational leadership it takes to really move their campus forward, and creating 3 to 5 year plans around how do they spend time really intentionally designing for that deeper learning. We had deeper learning workshops that our teachers get exposed to that concept and the different ways that can look. This year we're excited that a whole feeder pattern group of campuses are going to engage in that throughout the school year. And then because of one of those 3 to 5 year plans, one of our campuses, Parkside, was able to engage in PBL 101 training in Dallas this year, and really dig in a little bit deeper along the pathway that they've set for themselves. Of course, leadership development, just like some of the conversations you just had, continues to be a part of our work. Mr. Street did more workshops around the power of perception with our campus leaders, as well as some of the selected staff from each of their teams to continue to build leadership capacity in those areas. We continue to build capacity around the work of professional learning communities. We bring in the PLC at Work Live Institute to really make it accessible to our campus leaders, to our teachers, so they don't have to travel to and give up family time and all the things that go with that. So we bring that in-house so that they have the opportunity to engage in that and just continue to build capacity in that area, as well as some internal workshops to build the capacity of the teachers who will lead those collaborative teams around professional learning communities. And then, of course, we always have our Empowering Leaders Summer Series where they have the launch and the retreat and our Operation and Safety Summit. We continue to work with our ESL academies and in-house have the opportunity to train our teachers in the strategies that support our emergent bilingual students. So we've had an academy in June and we'll have another one in September, just really equipping the teachers who have those students in their classroom with the strategies and skills to really meet those students' needs. We, as a district, will pay for them to take that certification test, as well as take that certification and attach it to their professional portfolios, so that everything is all taken care of, make it as easy as possible for those teachers to really have all the skills that they need to support our students. And then that gets us up to the beginning of the year. So we have a robust program and structure of days for professional learning built into the academic calendar. Thank you all for the calendars that you approve for us that give us the ability to build capacity in our staff through that time. It's a big time for our teachers and thinking and getting ready for the year, preparing their classrooms, their minds, their hearts for our kids. And so it's really important that we have that time with them. So last meeting, I believe y'all talked a little bit about Culture Day and the Learning Environment Day, and those are big for bringing in our new staff, but we also have days for our existing and returning teachers just to have classroom work time, campuses setting the vision for their year, just having more time with Java-like peers and collaborating across the district, and our big convocation kickoff for the year, setting the tone. So a lot of good work that happens in those weeks leading up to the school year. We have a lot of new staff this year. You can see the numbers on your screen, your slides there, but when you think about how many, over 900 new just to our system which is great, right? We've got the people coming in, even in our transportation, our CNS, and all those areas, and then 680 of them are campus-based. So think about those people that are closest to our students, then those teacher groups, and then thinking about that teacher groups, how many are new to profession? So it takes a lot of support to bring someone who's stepping into their classroom for the first time. So with all of those people coming into our system are new to LISD and kind of learning the Leander way, as we spoke about with our principals and other pieces, we really designed that new teacher week, that it's just that new staff, to really immerse them in the learning model kind of a piece by piece. So they get those district culture and philosophy pieces and their processes through time at their campus and through Culture Day. We spent a whole day this year really building them the time and space to think through what their learning environments will be and be able to proactively prepare for bringing their students into their classroom, because that is so foundational. If you think about the side view of the learning model, that learning environment is underneath the yellow, blue, and green, because that learning environment is what sets the tone and makes it the ability for our students to engage in the classroom processes. And so we were able to add that into the calendar this year. Thank you to you guys for approving that calendar that had that extra day to really just be really intentional about making sure that they had those supports. And then they spend the second 2 days really digging into their curriculum and Java-like time and really making sure that they feel prepared for the content and the level of students they're going to teach. A lot of great feedback around Learning Environment Day. A lot of peer-to-peer learning. Our experienced new staff were able to share with their just coming out of college peers and really engage and learn from each other and move the work forward. So we've had really great response, and the feedback that we're continuing to get is that this was something that was needed, especially thinking about the population of teachers we're getting in and the kinds of experiences that they have coming into the classrooms this year. So we have a picture, a text of even one of our exchange teachers texting with one of our recruiters saying, oh my gosh, that was just what I needed to be able to set up the year, and I didn't even know that I needed, sometimes you don't know what you don't know, right? And so this helped them think about and proactively prepare for some of those days.
And I think April and I talked a lot about being intentional with ensuring that the threads that are running through, it can be a lot. It's a lot for a brand new teacher to go through that week, and our teams are really intentional about threading through the learning model. New to profession teachers have a digital notebook that they work in, and so I want to highlight the statement that's up here about I had time to work and think about how to implement, and we put a lot of reflection time to allow teachers to think. You've learned about the Leander way. What does that say to you about the teaching that you've done before, being a new teacher, the learning that you've had while you were in school? And so that we're giving them that reflective time so it's a little less overwhelming and it can be in smaller pieces for them.
Absolutely. So just about the continued supports that our new to profession teachers get, because we do have so many of them this year, and we always do, but it just, as we come post-COVID and are in this kind of place in education, just highlighting some of the events and pieces that are part of that new to profession program. In addition to that new teacher week we talked about, they do all have a assigned mentor that they meet with weekly to really have that immediate support of someone nearby. We're able to take them out and to see other classrooms, do classroom excursions where they can see their peers teaching. What does it look like? If I'm only in my classroom and only have the experience of my classroom, I don't know what someone else does or what it looks like. So having that opportunity to learn embedded in their school day is really important. Carving out that time for reflection and really thinking about different components, and having a coaching cycle with a peer or their instructional coach is another piece that just helps give them that feedback that helps them improve through their first year. This year in particular, we added the Learning Environment Day based on feedback from our campus leaders letting us know that that was something that was missing, that they were having to do some fixing in September of things that if we could be proactive and supporting those teachers with, then that would be beneficial. So that's why that got added in. And then we're looking at additional supports this year based on some campus leader feedback about what it is that our staff coming in this year, particularly we have a lot of alternative certification teachers coming in. What is it that they need, and how do we provide some just-in-time supports and workshops for them throughout the year? We have all those program components, but we also have a lot of people components that just wrap around our staff and around our new to profession teachers. They have their mentors, they have instructional coaches, they have their campus leaders, they have their collaborative teams who are often their safety nets, right, that support them, as well as their curriculum and job-alike and program support leaders. There's a lot there that we just don't let a teacher fall through the cracks. We want to make sure they all have the support to be successful for our students. All right, I'm going to hand it to Alicia to talk about some curriculum initiatives.
Okay, so super excited to kind of update you from the professional learning lens on the things that are up here on this slide that I know that you have heard about last year, and we are so excited and we appreciate your support in helping us with these initiatives. And just as a reminder, K1 really focusing on reading, and then 2-5 focusing on mathematics. And so we want to just spend a little bit of time kind of letting you know where we've been on that process. So with our redesign of intervention, our teams have been working really hard this summer, as April mentioned, and Chris mentioned it as well. When our offices in July, if you're ever in there, it's a buzz with a lot of work and a lot of hardworking people trying to get us ready. So I just want to give a shout out to all of our teams in the curriculum department and all of teaching and learning that are setting these up. And so we really have spent a lot of time in this particular learning plan talking about responsive teaching, giving teachers tools in their tool belt for Tier 2 support, talking about collaborative teaching, those co-teacher models. In addition to that, the huge collaboration that's happening between our special programs team and the ELA support on the curriculum team has been amazing. And it has really warmed my heart as a participant in seeing those two departments really come together to support not only that intervention model redesign, but then also how can we support phonics instruction within our classrooms, and really helping teacher support and making our phonics curriculum more easily used and easily accessible for those teachers. So that's really been the work that has started and will continue, and we'll talk about the future in just a minute, but that's the work that began at the beginning of this year with those groups of teachers. So for mathematics, we started in the summer, and we offered teachers, if you remember, an opportunity to come to get training either in the summer or during August, and they were able to do an exchange day for that. If you remember, they could take a day off at the end. Of course, no teacher right before school is actually taking a day off, but they can at least not have to come to those trainings on those days. They can prepare their classroom, they can do things from home. So it's a great opportunity to say, in the summer when you're not so busy, if you choose, you can come and get this learning now and then start thinking about how you want to do that. We were able to train 635 teachers between the summer and August 11th. And remember that the focus of that learning is really around that guaranteed and viable curriculum in mathematics, ensuring that all teachers have the support they need to implement our curriculum in the classroom. And also with that idea of those co-teacher models and the collaborative teaching structures, that again, that partnership being a part of it, that was all of the elementary portion of this. In secondary, our focus was around, during August, 6th grade and Algebra 1, which you remember those are the 2 grade levels that we're focusing on. And we have a secondary resource that we've procured for them, Desmos. It's an online resource. And I have to say that I just learned this yesterday. We are still very new to it, and we're in a partnership with some other districts where Tony Benazzi is able to meet with them. And one of the other districts that's implementing it, they took some assistant principals on some co-walks, and they came back and said, I have never seen Algebra 1 students engaged in discourse and deep thinking about mathematics until they had this program in front of them, working with them doing that. And he came to me yesterday. I have to tell you this, and although it wasn't our district, we're just behind them and we're all partnering together. So we're super excited about the support that this will provide to our Algebra 1 and 6th grade math teachers. And that training happened during those August days, and it will be continual throughout the system as well. So I do want to just pause for a minute to look at some of this feedback. This is qualitative feedback, and it does give us a pulse of the training that we've been able to offer this summer. We also have all kinds of feedback from all of these surveys, and we will be using all of that feedback to help provide us the direction of how to refine what we need to do on our next district day that would support the teachers who maybe had some critical feedback, which is always welcome as well, of how we can make it more efficient, more meaningful for them. But some of these are just so powerful, and this is what's so exciting about this work that we're doing, especially specifically in those elementary areas. So just to even say, I plan to implement more Bridges pieces and dedicate time to better prepare for lessons and questioning, I mean, check, like we did that this summer. We helped support teachers in doing that. And then this last one, that references the Leander Way, that was from secondary, where when we started training on all of our new things, we really talked about bringing that Leander Way to life, and for someone to say, thank you for showing us the Leander Way and not just telling us about it. If we can accomplish that, and to say, I feel confident in being able to tackle the curriculum this year, those are the things that will lead us to that guaranteed and viable curriculum, so that we can ensure that every student walks out of our doors having that equitable experience in their classrooms. So I wanted to be able to take the time to share that with you. And then I mentioned looking ahead kind of throughout the year. During our district days, we are going to be able to provide more learning about those collaborative teaching structures. We, with the addition of our math specialists at elementary and our math specialists at secondary, are able to model lessons more often, more effectively. Those specialists are already sitting with PLCs and being able to use that math training this summer to plan for that first 9 weeks, taking back what we've done and be able to do that. And then specifically those specialists will be able to work with those campuses that they're assigned to do those observation and feedback cycles. And then as Dr. Gearing mentioned, principals being the most important person on the campus to help guide that relationship between the teachers and the students, we want to make sure that we're also providing our leaders with the same kind of training. So as early as Tuesday at our next instructional leadership meeting, we are already starting the work to ensure a year-long plan where our principals have that same experiences. So when they're walking in the math classrooms, when they're walking in our kindergarten and first grade classrooms and seeing reading happening, what are the things they need to be looking for? And so our current work right now is finding the ways in which we can measure those things. We have quantitative data, we have MAP, we have STAR, but there's also some of that that's a little less quantitative but equally important when we're talking about teachers implementing the curriculum. And so we're now working on those areas that are going to help us be able to, after doing this initiative, look back and in addition to looking at our scores, how have we grown the capacity of our teachers to feel, as that one teacher said, confident in implementing the curriculum. And then I'll say one more thing I forgot. I was supposed to transition to you with, April's about to talk about the learning leaders, which is something that we started this year. And the learning leaders played an instrumental role in everything that's up there around curriculum. And the people on my team, our 8 coordinators, have said we could not have done what we did this summer if we did not have the people that we found through our Learning Leaders program. So with that, I will transition to April to start talking about that program.
Awesome. We are very excited about piloting this program. So this is an opportunity to take some of our teachers who are experienced and have a really strong skill set in some really targeted areas that we want to grow the rest of our staff in, and leverage their expertise to grow their peers. And so we want to be able to increase the opportunity for peer-to-peer learning, because we know hearing it from one of us is okay and great. We're pretty awesome, but hearing it from someone else who does the same job as you, who is in the trenches, there's a different level of street cred that comes with that, right? And so the peer-to-peer learning is just so critical for really helping move a teacher forward. And so this provides a leadership opportunity for some of our really experienced teachers, or those who just have really strong skill sets in areas we need them to have, to be able to stay in the classroom and have a leadership role. And so we're really excited about this. This year we're starting with 31 teachers, and it has a representation across different campuses, different programs, different levels, geographically around the district, really trying to make it really accessible to as many as we can. Looking for different skill sets around curriculum implementation, our cooperative structures, just like that cake and training we were speaking about earlier, small group instruction, and really strong learning environments, because we know that's so critical. So those were some of the reasons and the ways we identified teachers that we really wanted to focus their strengths and leverage their strengths to grow their peers. They're being compensated to provide professional learning sessions, like Alicia mentioned, as well as to serve as observation classrooms, somewhere someone else can go and see, oh, that's what it looks like. That's the moves the teacher is making to make this happen. So that's kind of the structure that we have in place for that. They were able to offer well over 100 professional learning hour peer-to-peer learning just in the few weeks leading up to the school starting. And we've just had amazing feedback, both from the participants, being able to hear from their peers and learn from their peers, but also from the learning leaders, who are just so excited to be able to grow themselves in a different way and to be able to expand their impact in different ways. So we're really excited about the opportunity of this program. We hope to kind of leverage this year and really learn and grow and look for different ways to measure its success, so we can say, okay, this isn't a pilot program anymore, this is the way we need to do business. So we're excited about that work ahead of us, and really tapping into the teachers that we have so much skill set in this district. We have a huge amount of talent, and we want to make sure we're leveraging and honoring and utilizing that with all of our staff as much as possible. So super excited about that, but I would be remiss if I didn't point out and highlight some of our support and operations staff, because as a learning organization, it's not just our teaching and our instructional staff who are learning and growing to further our system. So we have our support teams and operations staff all around the district who are also engaging in learning and building relationships within their teams and between teams, sharpening their skill sets and just improving processes, all for the sake of building systems that work better to help us all focus on student learning. So just a kudos and a shout out for everyone and everyone learning and moving forward in our system. I'm going to kick it back over to Chris.
And I get the best slide of all. The first day of school, as Dr. Gearing talked about, it was a very smooth start to the school year in Leander ISD. And of course, everything that these ladies just talked about and everything we do is to prepare for our students. And we want them to have a quality experience from the minute they walk in the door on that first day of school. And I think we're off to a great start. But the learning continues, because as they come with needs, And our job is to respond to those needs and support our teachers and principals as they need information and support to do just that. So we'll continue to work to get that feedback, as Alicia described, and do the best we can to support our teachers as they continue their journey through the school year. So thank you guys so much. Thank you, ladies, for doing an amazing job.
Thank you, Alicia and April and Chris. Board members, do y'all have any questions?
I just have one. Scrolling back up to the new teachers that got to do the immersive days. I know we hired some folks after that took place. Can you tell me about the new to profession teachers that missed those days, who really need it and might be struggling a bit right now?
Absolutely. So one of the benefits of the team structure that we have is that our instructional coaches serve as both campus and district employees. So they have expertise in the curriculum and the content areas and all those pieces, and they lead a lot of the learning that those teachers receive during those new teacher week. And they serve as a lead mentor on the campus. They have an assigned peer mentor, but also the instructional coach serves as a mentor for our mentors and a lead mentor for our teachers. So they're able to have easier and quicker access so they can support those teachers in a little bit more just-in-time manner. We will offer Culture Day in January and make sure we have opportunities to catch them up, and their PLCs wrap around them, and it really helps support moving them forward, because you can learn about it in theory and outside of the classroom, but when you're with your team and you're doing the work and engaging in the curriculum, that's a big piece of the learning. But our instructional coaches play a huge part, as well as our ongoing professional learning days.
Right, and I feel like that our teams always, for example, Kagan structures, that's something that we use when we do professional learning with teachers. So teachers who came in after we provided this training will continue to experience the learning environments that we provide while we're providing professional learning to them, and get tidbits of how that might work well in their classrooms. So.
Do you have a question? Trish?
I just wanted to say I am so excited about the information that y'all presented us this evening. Thank y'all so much for talking too about how you're going to go back and measure to see and look deeper into how what we're doing, how it really is impacting the classroom and the learning for our kiddos. So I love that we've talked about that over the years, and I feel like y'all are really just kind of fine-tuning this and continue honing in and making this better. I have to tell you though, I get so excited. Slide 19, leadership role for teachers who want to stay in the classroom. I love, love, love. How do we support our teachers and continue to help them be leaders, but they don't have to leave the classroom to be leaders. So thank y'all so much for developing that and pulling that together.
I just have a comment. I got to attend some of y'all's leadership week, and what I loved about it was the intention of including our special programs department. I feel like in the past, and I'm talking way past, they were siloed. And what I loved is that the intention of bringing those two programs together, and you have our general ed teachers working alongside our special education, our special programs, because that's truly how it's going to work and how you're going to get the two to work together. And so I just thank y'all so much. I think what my big aha moment was the elopement session. I had never seen principals and APs in there, and there's always this misconception, oh, they don't care. No, they were asking the questions, very intense questions of how do I protect our student. And I just want to say thank y'all for doing that, as that's just I'm just so happy. So thank y'all. Board members? Bruce, Dr. Gehring?
Just want to clarify that elopement in this case is when a student leaves the classroom unexpectedly? Yes. Thank you.
Absolutely not a teacher. Board members, any other questions? Thank y'all so much for all your hard work. We appreciate it. There goes my mic. We're going to move around in the agenda because we have some very important guests here today. We're going to jump down to, give me a second, y'all. We're going to skip to 7C1, discussion of the PASA process. Welcome. I'm excited. Y'all are quite the celebrities here in our district right now.
Madam Vice President, board members, Dr. Gehring, over the last 5 or 6 months, we've had a lot of comments and questions about how we go about developing our enrollment projections. And so we did want to be very open and transparent about the process in which is used, and so we have our demographer, population and survey analyst, Dr. Stacy Tapera and Dr. Tiffany Thomas Rogers here tonight to go over the process to just help everybody understand what they do to develop our projections. So.
Thank you. It's very nice to be back tonight. I'm Stacy Tapera. Tiffany Thomas Rogers is our Director of Operations. And so, yes, let's get started. For over 40 years, PASA has provided enrollment projections, partnered with school districts all over Texas to provide enrollment projections for their future planning. Now, we started working with and partnering with Leander ISD in 1999. That was 24 years ago. In 2005, I started working on the Leander project, and so it has been my face here every year that you have seen since 2005 to associate with PASA, but I want you to know that there is a whole team behind me. We have representatives with backgrounds that are very diverse in education, educational administration, municipal government, so forth, and everybody touches this project in one way or another. You see me as the representative, but I only play a part in this. Everyone in our team contributes to the project. And over half of our team has been with PASA for over a decade. So we have a lot of history together and experience with these projects. Now, it's important that I emphasize that the relationship that we develop with our clients, our partners, our school district partners, is paramount to your good planning. We consider these true partnerships. You know, we provide this data that's in-depth and it's defensible, and then we work alongside you to empower you as the school district to make these important long-term decisions. Now, a word about our partnerships. We work with school districts throughout Texas. Most of them are in the 4 major metro areas. Most of them are suburban, high-growth school districts. But, and so these 6 school districts that you see on the right highlighted are districts that we have had a long-standing annual relationship with as they grow through their high growth years of the life cycle. But it's important to understand that at least 3 of these districts, Cy-Fair, Fort Bend, and Leander, are facing a new stage in your life cycle development as far as population is concerned. So all of these districts have had really high growth and still continue to see really high growth in some areas of the district, but other areas of the district are built out and they are seeing student population decline because that's a natural part of the life cycle of a residential development. And so I say this to let you know that these are not unique challenges to Leander ISD. We see this with several of our big high growth districts. These are 5 categories of our process that I will be going through during this presentation with about 2 or 3 slides each. The first is to collect background data and then look at global sort of, not global, regional sort of economic data and housing projections. We look at current and past students, where they lived, and then we roll all of this together to project future population projections, and then we do some long-range planning. So I'll get into the first step is collecting background data. One of the strongest tools that we have that goes into our demographic studies is our mapping technology. So we build a robust mapping database that layers many types of data on top of each other that help us really understand all of the factors that could impact residential development on that parcel, on every parcel in the district. So we start with an updated aerial map like that. We add on to it data we receive from the appraisal districts. That includes, size, acreage of each parcel, and owners. Who was the owner last year? If it changed hands from, say, a family estate, a big parcel from a family estate to a developer or a holding company, well, then we know we need to investigate more and find out what are the plans for that. And even if no one is willing to tell us, we know that something is more likely to happen in 5 or 6 or 8 years than it was last year before the family sold. So we look at other layers like floodplains and other environmental inhibitors of growth. We look at school sites, where the schools are located now, where you own land for future schools, and the municipalities. So every city and their ETJ have different regulations for residential development, and especially their opinions and their sort of motivations behind multifamily development. So we have to understand if there's a parcel in one city versus another, it could yield differing numbers of housing units. So, and finally, our residential development. Each subdivision, each apartment complex, townhomes, mixed use, et cetera, has a polygon on our map, and we collect all of this data and include our projections with all of these. So, for example, you can see the blue subdivisions are built out, the green subdivisions are actively building. All of the data that you will see tonight, by the way, is from last year's demographic study. Nothing is new yet. We're just beginning to work on the new update. An additional slide about our background data. I mean, we look at all sorts of past enrollment trends. Leander overall versus the other districts in the Austin area. But we also look at more specific data, like, for example, proportions of young students versus older students, or in an area, or past growth and decline in a specific neighborhood. But an important factor that goes into our data is it helps set the stage for our projections, and that's birth data. So we get birth data from the Texas Department of Health and Human Services, the Vital Statistics section, and that data is by zip code. And so that gives us a very micro level or granular level of how many babies were born in this zip code, and then we can compare that to 5 years later, how many kindergartners enrolled in those nearby schools. And so that graph that you see on the screen compares births versus enrollment 5 years later. Now, it's important because this granular data that we look at is sometimes different than more macro, metro level birth data that you might hear from the census or so forth. But also the birth trends in LISD overall are different than some of the birth trends in some parts of LISD. Some zip codes are declining in births while other zip codes are growing in births. So all of this goes into our analysis of what one more trend that will impact enrollment in kindergarten 5 years later. And it's important to say that this birth data helps us look at the next 4 years because those babies have been born. But beyond those 4 years, we just extrapolate from that growth trend to assume that births will continue in a similar manner as they have over the past few years.
So if I can just clarify, I think what I heard you say is that you look at very similar data that comes out of the census, but you look at it at a much more granular level to make sure that we're down at a small enough unit to understand what's actually happening in LISD itself as opposed to more regionally, right?
Yes, and the data that we use is from Health and Human Services at the state level, and so that is actual recordings of births. Marriage certificates, birth certificates, and death certificates all go through Vital Statistics. So my point is that it's not an estimate. Okay. The next section that I'd like to talk about briefly is regional economic trends. We look at these regional trends to understand how the economics of an area is affecting the housing construction scenario. So, of course, we look at employment numbers, and if there's a new employer that is moving into the district and providing 500 new jobs, well, that's going to affect the economy and the housing situation. We look, of course, at mortgage rates, which have really sent us for a loop for the past few years. So we know that mortgage rates were at historic lows in 2020 and 2021, and then they started rising in 22. So we consider how that impacts the monthly cost for a homeowner to buy a house. For example, a $350,000 home you can see on the screen highlighted a year and a half ago would have had a principal and interest payment of about $1,200. If that same home was purchased today at the 7.5% rate of today, it would be almost $2,000 a month. So we have to understand how that might change the ability of families to buy a new home. The next step in our housing projections is to, well, one of the biggest time spent on our part is on projecting new housing growth. We look at all of the published data that we can get our hands on from multiple sources, including plats and concept plans and infrastructure improvement plans and so forth, so that we can understand the short-term construction schedule. What is platted, what is going to happen in the next 2 years or so. We send a representative from our office to drive every actively building subdivision. They count how many houses are under construction, how many lots are developed and can be built on shortly, and how many are remaining until build out. So that helps us understand what is happening right now on the ground and where in the development, in the building cycle those houses are. This is real-time data, boots on the ground, that will begin for Leander in about a week, I think. Our other really important step in this process is to interview real estate experts, government officials, city planners, developers, landowners, anybody who can tell us about future plans for residential development. And so I alluded earlier to, if we see an ownership change in plats, then we would go to all of these experts and say, what do you know about this company that just bought this 100 acres? And cities, have you heard anything about this? Has anybody come to you asking what they need to do to get an XYZ permit? And so things that have not yet been published, we find out about so that we can plan beyond that 2 year, year and a half, 2 year time frame that is allowed by the published plat information. So all of this data goes into our projections for how many houses could be occupied each year in each neighborhood. Now, how many houses is one thing, but how many students are going to be in those houses is another important factor. So the first step in understanding that is to place every LISD student on the map. So we get a download from your database from the district that has the address of every enrolled LISD student on it, and we place that student on the map as a dot. Now in 2006, these were all of the dots on the map, every student that was enrolled in LISD. Because we're going to flip through some time lapse here, it's a little hard to recognize what you're seeing, so I invite you to look at the top knot of the district and watch that as it changes. So that little C-shaped cluster of dots that you see up in the top knot on the west side, that is the very beginnings of Summerlin in 2006. In 2012, there were some more students in Summerlin. You see them going down 183. Then 6 years later, in 2016, there were a lot of students in Summerlin, right? And Highgate Gabriel was getting started as well. But notice on the east side of the top knot, there's still no students over there. But 5 years later, Larkspur was there. You remember when Larkspur exploded? I certainly do. We also saw Bryson and Palmero Ridge and Palmero Bluff. There was a lot of growth up in the north in the past 5 years. Now, I wanted to focus on this because it's important for you to understand that we have 20 more years of historical student population data. We know where students lived and when. And we use this as our starting point for everything. Next. The easiest way for us to talk systemically about students and where they live is to talk about the ratio of students per home. So we calculate a ratio of students per home for every single subdivision and apartment complex in the district. And that's represented here by the colors. The red or dark brick colored subdivisions have a lot of students per home, and the blues have fewer students per home. But remember, this started with the actual dots on the map, the students that are enrolled in Leander ISD. These are not estimates. We count the students, we count the houses, and we say for every neighborhood, students per house. And then that gets aggregated up to the district level to yield the number that you are familiar with that's easier to remember, which is 0.52 students per single family home. But remember that that varies dramatically from subdivision to subdivision. So when Steiner was in its peak growth years, they had about 1.09 students per home in Steiner. That's extraordinarily high. But on the other hand, Treviso has about 0.4 students per home. It's just the nature of differing housing products, differing times in the life cycle, and so forth. But it's important for us to watch these ratios, these number of students per house over time, and see how they are changing. And also for us to use these as a basis for projecting new housing. So we will find comparable subdivisions and use those ratios to estimate how many students might be yielded from a new subdivision. You look like you're about to ask a question.
So I just want to make sure that I'm really understanding this process, because this is really the linchpin process for the calculation that you finally do on projections, right?
One of them, yes.
And so when you say neighborhood, what can you define that a little bit more carefully? So what do we mean by neighborhood?
Usually subdivisions. Sometimes it will be a subset of a subdivision if a planning unit bisects a subdivision, or an attendance zone bisects, sometimes, rarely.
So for example, if we talk about Steiner Ranch, right, does that have several different pieces to it that you look at inside there, or do you look at Steiner Ranch as a whole?
Both. So the Headlands and Hills at Westside and Mountain View Acres and Estates at Westridge and Sierra Village, all of those are sections of Steiner.
Okay,
And
so
all
you
of those,
calculate a ratio for single-family homes for each of those different
Yes.
ones, and then you aggregate that up to Steiner Ranch as a whole, and then eventually that aggregates up all the way to the district number of 0.52, right?
That is correct.
So it's a purely mathematical calculation.
Absolutely.
You don't necessarily look at the factors that might be playing into why those ratios are what they're like. You're just looking merely at, this is the subdivision, this is what it mathematically calculates out to.
That's correct. There's no estimate.
There's no estimate in there. And then you take that and look for similar, like new subdivisions that are building now. You're looking for something existing in the district that's similar in as many ways as possible to that new subdivision, and then you're applying a very similar ratio to that new subdivision.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
That is
And so
correct.
that's how we get from existing to projection of new students in the district.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And the next slide will speak to that also. So if we were to project, or if we know that there are 1,000 homes to be built, that can yield a vastly different number of students, depending on all of the characteristics of that housing development. So if that subdivision ends up having 1.0 students per home, so if that's more similar to the Steiner neighborhoods when they were first under construction, then that could yield 500 elementary students from those 1,000 homes. If that subdivision of 1,000 homes were to look more like Larkspur and have about 0.7 students per home, then that would yield 350 elementary students. Or if that subdivision were to be more like Bryson and have 0.5 students per home, it might yield 250 elementary students. So that's why it's important for us to understand the comparables for these subdivisions. Also, likewise, as neighborhoods age, their ratios change. And so we know that most of the major master plan communities have declined in student population and in ratios per home over the past 5 or 7 years. So since 2015, Crystal Falls went from 0.7 students per home to 0.6. River Place went from .71 to .26. Avery Ranch from .7 to .65. And Steiner Ranch from 1.09 to .86. So this is the natural life cycle of these master plan communities as these students age, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. Yes, Dr. Gearing?
So from this, it looks like that if we have 1,000 students, then there'd be 500 elementary students.
1,000 homes would, yes, you're right, would at one point,
But what I'm saying is it looks like you're saying that we have about half the number of elementary students.
approximately.
But that varies too,
That varies.
I assume,
That's-
because
this
as subdivisions age out, we get more older students than younger
Absolutely.
students necessarily. Okay.
Absolutely.
And on this page, I'm curious, because you're talking about interviewing with government officials, and I remember a discussion with one of the jurisdictions. There was a thought of some of the buildings that are going on, they might not be meeting capacity. In other words, there's a thought in some areas that they've overbuilt more, and they might not be able to fill up all the space. How do y'all mathematically plan for us not filling all the space, or when does that come into your projections?
Are you referring to multifamily? Yeah. Okay. Basically, we look at how many students are living in those apartments in that area, general area, and how many units are occupied, what's their occupancy rate to get our students per unit, the ratio for that apartment complex. If that ratio is lower than usual, as it might be this year when we do the data based on what we've read, then we know that there is room for students to move, additional students to move into those vacant units. But we will be very conservative in assuming that we won't assume that that will bounce immediately back up to 100% occupancy. We just know that there is some space for additional students to move in. We also will take that into account when we're projecting future multifamily development, because the market will balance it out. You know, if there's too much vacancy, then the construction of the new multifamily will slow.
Yeah, and we're probably reading some similar things on those projections. When you bring that information back to the board, will you present or point those things out, like the high risk factors, some things that have different nuances? Will you point out those pieces if they do, like maybe this neighborhood, it's not reaching capacity here, or these are the things we're looking at?
Sure. Okay.
I have a quick
Y'all
question.
do, I just wanted to make sure.
So I have a quick question about this slide.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand why it's just mapping to the number of elementary students versus maybe secondary students.
I'm just using elementary as an example, just to keep things simple. But no, we consider all students at all grade levels.
Thank you.
Okay. Next slide. Another really important factor that goes into our projections is the growth of private and charter schools. So the information from TEA that we can get information from TEA about charter school enrollment and where those students live and where they would otherwise go to school if they were enrolled in their home ISD. And so this map is an example of that data that showing in red the elementary attendance zones that are losing the most students to charter schools. And Parkside is one of those because there's a charter school just across the border in Georgetown. But there's also Founders Academy, Founders Classical Academy in Leander, and let's see, Harmonies, a couple of Harmonies down in the Cedar Park area. So those charter schools that exist, that data is easy to understand. But what's really important from our perspective is to do research and dig around and try to understand where new charter schools are planned. And so last year I came to you and told you that there were 4 new charter schools planned within Leander ISD. and in October I'll give you an update. But it's really important for us to know that those are on the radar, because if a charter school opens up in the middle of a district or four, it can really devastate the enrollment of the surrounding elementary or 2 or 3 in a very short time, especially if these are large, well-established charter systems like Harmony and IDEA. And so we need to know that they're coming so that we can help you plan for it. Next slide. Okay, so I have briefly touched on a number of factors that go into these projections. It's important that I point out that all of these factors are included throughout the district as they apply. In actively building neighborhoods, the new housing construction overshadows the other factors because it creates such growth and so many new students. In the established neighborhoods that are built out, that are not adding new homes, we see the addition of regeneration as a factor that we include. And so we look at those established neighborhoods, and I mentioned earlier that many of these master plan communities start with a high ratio and then begin to lose students over time. And that happens until at some point that neighborhood starts to begin to, those empty nesters that are in place because their kids have graduated, they begin to sell their homes to younger families with younger students. So my example is that, well, okay, this is another part of regeneration. If we look at the number of first graders in a school or in a neighborhood in 2018, and then we look at the number of second graders in 2019, and the number of third graders in 2020, and we follow that cohort to understand if children are moving in or out of those neighborhoods. But it's important to remember that regeneration, those young students moving in, is never going to have the same impact, the growth impact that new housing construction will have, right? So in the young high growth years, young families are building houses and they're moving in, and there's high enrollment growth because there are new houses being added. And then that neighborhood builds out, and those students grow up and they graduate, and their parents stay in place, and then enrollment starts to decline. At some point, those houses will begin to regenerate with younger families. That will stop the decline of enrollment, and in some cases, it will raise enrollment a little bit, but there will never be the impact that neighborhood saw initially, that high growth impact from new housing construction. Another of these items on this list, the factors that we include that I didn't really talk about much earlier, is the aging of the existing student population. And this is if you have 60 second graders at a school, and then we assume in our model that next year we start with 60 third graders. And then we apply all of these factors to grow and decline. But that aging of that cohort will have an impact. And let's think about that from a different perspective. If you have 100 fifth graders in a school, and you have 60 kindergartners and 60 first graders and 60 second graders, you will have 100 fifth graders leave and go to the middle school. And you will have 60 kindergartners come in, approximately. Already, without including any of these factors, that school will see 40 student loss, right? 100 fifth graders left and 60 kindergartners came in without any other outside forces. So that is sort of a hidden factor that people don't think about and don't recognize, but it's significant. Next slide. I need to hurry this up, don't I? We developed 3 scenarios of growth: a low growth, moderate growth, and high growth scenario. Every year is a reset. We start over every year with all of this information that we've collected and everything that we can know as best we can know it at the time, and that becomes the basis for our moderate growth scenario. From there, we make some assumptions on the high end and the low end about if circumstances change, if interest rates change significantly, if the housing market falls apart, if a pandemic happens, anything. Low and high growth scenarios are feasible, but our mod growth scenario is reset every year based on the best information available at the time. All of this moderate growth scenario data is aggregated into the attendance zones. This is an example of the elementary schools and their attendance zones. We will compare the resident students currently and projected over time to the capacities of each of the schools. Now, remember that I said resident students, those are all of the dots on the map that we talked about, and this current column was current as of last fall, but it will not be what you know the enrollment to have been last fall, because these are resident students and they're students that transfer in and out of schools. In this case, for elementary, particularly for bilingual programs. So some of these schools will seem more overcrowded in real life than they look on this chart, and vice versa. But we use this with the color coding to understand over time which schools are projected to grow and decline. And for example, Tarvin is projected over the 10-year period to have 2,200 students living in that attendance zone. Clearly, there's going to be some need for additional capacity in that area. But this long-range plan helps us understand and helps us empower the administration to think about over and underutilization and ways to mediate that in the short and long term. The colors are 120% utilization and 80% utilization, and that's just based on 120% has been our experience over the years, beyond which you can still add portables, but you have to have lunch served between 10 and 2. The core facilities really can't support as many students as you could pile in with portables.
Our long-range planning committee was looking at some of these numbers, and the question came up. I probably did not use any right technical terms. I call it the cone of uncertainty. As we were talking about projected enrollment when you go 10 years out, do y'all have a way to show us for each campus that cone of uncertainty?
We really don't, because the cone of uncertainty is so broad. I don't mean broad in numbers, I mean broad in all of the things that could go differently to cause a low growth or high growth scenario. And those factors will affect different schools differently, and there's no way if we can know that this school on the east side versus a school on the west side might have, yes, one of these high growth factors and low growth factors, and there's no way to project all of that so specifically. It would be nice, but it would take us about a year, and it'd be time to do the next one. Okay, next. Okay, so I mentioned residents versus enrolled students. This is just to remind you of those differences. These programs pull students out of their home campus so that the numbers that you see from us don't match the numbers that you know to be enrolled. But we have to project resident students because we can't project where you might decide to add or move a bilingual program in 6 years, right, next year. Okay, so this last slide, I promise. The last step in our process is to put together a long-term plan that helps the district. This is a starting point for the district to consider where new schools might be needed and when. This plan gets updated and tweaked every year. It doesn't change dramatically, almost never, but it does change because things change, plans change, pandemics happen, and housing construction schedules get ahead and behind, and they decide to build a different product that caters to 55 and older, or, things change from year to year. And so we update this plan that illustrates when and where the next schools could be needed. But again, this is just one tool that we provide the district to go into your tool belt to integrate with all of the other considerations that go into facilities planning. And so with that, I will take whatever questions you still have.
Board members, now is your time to ask some questions.
Thank you.
I have a question regarding age 0 to 5 regeneration based on people moving into the district, because you talked about watching birth records, but for those kinds of situations, especially when young families purchase from older families, how do you keep track? Because they don't have any kids in any of the schools yet.
Right.
So how do you keep track of those types of changes or expected changes?
It's a good question. Those two lines on that graph, one is births, and then one is kindergarten enrollment 5 years later, and they're shifted to line up. The reason that those numbers are not exactly on top of each other is because people have moved in, just like you just said. People moved in with children, with babies who have already been born, but they're not yet in school. So that's why the maroon line on the bottom is the number of births, and that is fewer kids, fewer babies, than the blue line, which is kindergarten enrollment in 5 years. So the difference in those is how many people have moved in with young children not yet in school. And so we look at that trend line and the combination between, the comparison between them.
I'm just trying to understand where you get the data of those that have moved in but don't have any kids in school yet.
We just look at how many births there were 5 years ago and how many kindergartners there are right now. And so we know that the difference between that is how many people moved in past years. And then we extrapolate that out to the future.
Board members, any other questions?
I'm curious about, I'm looking at one of our campuses. The current early projection numbers show there was an additional 100 students, over 100 students than projected. And of course, the campus is going to have to work through that. When I think about us using these projections to build new campuses, you're looking at some things holistically. So to me, I see how helpful this is when we're building. I'm wondering though, are there other data points or other considerations we should take into consideration when we're looking at how to repurpose, how to address a certain population, right? If we can't get at a cone of uncertainty on a campus though, is there anything we could do with the data to help us identify, maybe if there's explosion in the north, what are the areas we need to be addressing? And likewise, I guess really where I'm looking at is when we're talking about the area in the south, when we talked about repurposing some campuses there because we saw that slow and projected slow. Well, if one campus we saw have an extra 100 and we can't project the cone of uncertainty, how do we rely on this data to decide how long that slow projection is going to be? And do you really repurpose even part of a campus? What are the risk factors we need to be considering for our long-range plan and as a board when we're talking about it?
It's an excellent question. It's kind of the million-dollar question, isn't it? So I don't know which campus you were referring to about 100 students over, but if it were a campus that had actively building neighborhoods in it, then it doesn't surprise me that it could be 100 students over because just more houses were built faster than we thought they would. So ultimately, it will, the number of new houses is set, and until something else gets planned, those kids just showed up sooner than we otherwise would have, than we otherwise thought last year. So that doesn't concern me on a long-term planning scale, because it might just shift the need for the next new school by a year. The question about regeneration and repurposing or projected decline is a difficult one. But I think in the South, the continued pattern that we have seen over the past certainly 5 years and maybe even 8 years of increasingly smaller and smaller incoming kindergarten classes and declining population suggests that, well, first of all, this started in the decline started earliest in the northernmost part of Steiner Ranch, at Steiner Ranch Elementary. And the projections that we made last year are that steep decline is leveling off, and then even going up a little bit with some regeneration in the northern part of Steiner, because those homes were built first. Those homes were started building in the late 80s, early 90s. And so they are at a different point in their life cycle than the houses in the far south. And so we are still seeing some, our projections are still for some more decline in the south, like River Ridge. Bush is kind of in the middle. But that will also level off when those homes reach the same point in their life cycle and those students start those homes start regenerating. But again, remember that regeneration is never going to yield the same growth rates that we saw with new home construction. So, I'm just saying that know that we have taken into account the age of the neighborhoods and when that regeneration is happening, and but looking at the past enrollment trends as an indicator of what's to come.
Do these numbers include the pre-K?
Yes.
Great.
Any other questions, board members? Remember, they will be back in October and we can ask them all the questions. It's like one of my favorite agenda items, just so you know. Otherwise, y'all make sure you send your questions to Dr. Gearing if there's any other questions. But thank y'all so much for being here tonight and letting us pick your brain to understand how your process works. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We will now move to agenda topic 7B1, discussion of school naming charter process. Ms. Hardy. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Gearing. Thank you for having me. I am the Chief Communications Officer, Christina Hardy, talking to you today and presenting on the naming charter for Elementary School 30 and potentially the idea of naming other facilities as well. So if you remember, back in June, we went through this presentation talking about the current process and then this desire on our part from the district to seek guidance from the board as we move forward. We have Elementary School 30 that is under construction, scheduled to be opened in August of next year. So a year from now, when you think about it, a year from now, we should be in a brand new elementary school located near Divine Lake in North Leander. And so with that process of construction comes the naming of the school. So I want to familiarize yourself again with local policy CW. So this is board policy that says a new building shall be named for one of the following: either a historical or geographical site or community, a deceased significant individual, local, state, or national historical event or place, significant state or national figure, or a person who has made a significant contribution to education in the district. And I also laid out an audit that showed that a majority fell under that category number 5. But also remember that as a part of board policy, the authority lies with the Board of Trustees. As we create a lot of voice and choice from the community around this, it lies with the board, and we want to consider a nomination process moving forward. So taking a look back at that June 15th meeting, we discovered there were 3 areas that we identified. We wanted to first look at whether or not there were any requests for any changes to local CW policy, of which I haven't heard any. So I think that board policy will stay. Then we also wanted to consider the charter. And so at this point right now, in considering drafting this charter, I am looking for feedback from the board, and we will continue to make revisions to present to the board in whatever charter you consider for the September 7th meeting, so our following meeting in September. And then there was also this idea from Gloria about researching other naming options. One of the ideas was that there was a memorial plaque that had commemorative bricks, and then the events in these packs or these meeting spaces were then hosted in honor of a person, as opposed to naming the building itself. So there was a lot of idea about this concept of, well, maybe there's a potential here to recognize more than just one person if we did some sort of memorial pack or facility. So because we have established that I don't think there will be any major changes to CW local policy, now we have the opportunity to really dig into what we want to do in the charter, which really will determine what our next steps are over the next few months. So I want to remind you that there's a lot of options for the board to consider. One of them is we have Elementary School 30 that was funded out of bond savings, but we also have 6 other facilities that are scheduled to be built through Bond 2023. We have Elementary School 31, 32, and then 4 other district facilities. So there are some other future naming opportunities if you want to consider maybe doing this all in one process, as opposed to just taking these piecemeal one by one as we go through this process. Instead of making it a laborious process every time a scheduled school comes up for construction and naming it then, we have an opportunity to capitalize on those people making those nominations and then determining whether or not we can utilize those names in other ways across the district. So, and then there's also naming opportunities for our existing facilities, again, to create consistency. Again, our PAC at Leander High is named onto, the South PAC is named geographically, but it doesn't really have a name attached to it. And then creating some consistency, and then we can go back and name all of our transportation facilities if you want to. So, I lay before you here today 3 naming options for a charter. We can just do one and only name Elementary School 30. It is probably the easiest and most streamlined process because we've done this before. Or we can take the bold step in naming not just Elementary School 30, but the facilities as well approved in Bond 2023. Or we can even take a gigantic step forward and name all of these existing and future campuses and district facilities. It's really your will and how you want to proceed. So what I've laid out for you right now are these 3 different options. You have the draft charter for just Elementary School 30, and because the will of the district was to include student voice, I have that listed in the charter. But it would just simply be Elementary School 30. We're probably looking at no more than 10 committee members determined through folks who are staff, teachers, as well as families and students attached to that neighborhood school. And then if you take a step forward and look at maybe naming other facilities approved in Bond 2023, what I would suggest is having a separate committee for each elementary school so that we can cater to those geographical areas, and then have a district facility committee who could go through that process of naming those other 4 facilities named in Bond 2023. And then, if we want to even go a step further, we can have 3 committees to name those elementary schools, and then a district committee to name the facilities, in which that would give you 10 opportunities to name buildings here in the district. So again, loaded into this are things that we solidly agree on. We want student voice and choice. We want a community process revolving around it. We want them to make nominations, but again, the resting authority lies with the board. All right, so that's the charter part of the discussion that came out of that June 15 meeting. And I want to move forward with this idea about memorial facilities and creating a memorial building. Unfortunately, I did my due diligence. I tried very hard to look and find what Gloria was talking about around a memorial plaque. And while I wasn't able to find exactly what she was looking for, I do feel like we could probably build a process around that if that's the desire of the board. But I also wanted you to consider a couple of other examples that are happening across other districts in the state. Out in Abilene ISD at Dias Elementary, they have a memorial plaza. And of course, it's appropriate in Abilene to have a memorial plaza for for servicemen and women, because there's an Air Force base out there. So, this was to commemorate soldiers both living and deceased, and this memorial plaza exists outside their latest elementary school. Another idea is a memorial wall. I found this example in Medellin ISD, where they created a memorial wall to commemorate the service of the district employees there in Medellin. And that memorial wall is constructed outside of their early college high school. So those were a couple of examples. Again, this is really an idea to consider. The major concept that I think I want to impress upon you is that we don't have to settle for this just one opportunity with one name. I think it creates a scarcity mentality, and that makes it a very emotional process. And if we can take an emotion out of it and we make it much more practical and guided in process, then there's a lot more potential for there to bear good fruit through that. So I think that's it for me. Do y'all, please, any questions? I would love to hear from y'all.
So if it's okay, Madam President, for this evening, I think for the memorial facilities, I'd like to put that conversation just over aside for a bit and talk about the 3 charter options that Christina has put before us. Does that work?
I absolutely agree.
And thank you so much for all your work done on this. I'm just going to give you my thoughts because I think this is board discussion time. Everybody can chime in, and I can change my thoughts as we move along in the discussions, but here's where I'm landing right now is that I like the elementary school 30 charter. I love the idea of student voice, so I'm sold on that if that's where the board wants to go. I can actually get behind also all the great work you've done if we went for option 2, which is the district charter for elementary school 30 and the other facilities. The one thing I'd want to make sure that if we go that route, because we haven't done something as a board where we've actually looked at naming our facilities. And so there's a lot of difference when we have a naming of a facility. So like when people are naming, we talked about this when I called you, when people are being named after a school, they're going to show up on campus, they're going to participate. That's a different type of environment. There's different expectations in that than when you name a district facility. And I don't know if we want to spend more time thinking about what our expectations or what we think about, naming some of these district facilities and what that means, if we need more time to churn on that. And the other thing that I think we should and we could solve that tonight, by the way. The other thing I just want to make sure we're thinking as a board, as we're thinking about option number 2, is as we choose, if we go with this district charter committee, that we choose like the district, because they're naming a district-wide facility. It's not the same thing as an elementary. So I think those are things to consider as we move forward. So those are my thoughts out there.
Sade?
Oh, I think my concern was just about including 31 and 32 as well at this point, just because those neighborhoods, they're still growing, and so it might be better to name them as you get closer with the current residents.
That's a good point.
Shadi, that's a great point, because I'm thinking where those elementaries could potentially be, and there's really nothing there right now, so. Board members, any other questions?
Looking at option 2, I really like the idea of naming those facilities that were included in Bond 23. I'm not a fan of number 3, only because I feel like that takes away from a new board. So, we're not all going to be here forever. And kind of jumping the gun and making a big giant list, it kind of takes that away from that future boards. But I do like the idea of number 2, getting more bang for our buck, so to speak, with the time and the effort that this takes. I do agree with Trish about, naming facilities is a little bit different than naming a school. And I do think that, I think if I remember correctly what Gloria was saying regarding, honoring those who wanted to be memorialized, say, for instance, Vista Ridge was putting on a concert in the Dawn 2 PAC. The concert is in honor of so-and-so. Right. And so you can have a running list maybe of people that were important to the district, and they can choose off of that name, and that honors that person for that event, which I think is nice. It's a good way to include others that have been, we don't have a million buildings, and so that's the hard part. But I do like that idea. The Memorial Plaza, I like the idea. I don't know, space-wise where that would go. We have land, but we don't have that much land. So, just my thoughts.
I think my concern on this is I remember when we had to name Carroll and North, because that was my neighborhood. But what I loved about it is that we brought the community in, and you saw the community really engage, and kind of, they were dead set for Bryson, I forget what it was, Bryson Hills or something. And when they got the 2 neighborhoods together, and they really had an opportunity to really dig into what is a naming of a school, what is that going to mean, when it opens, and how is it going to carry on? And what I loved about that committee and this charter that we established for Carolyn North is you saw our community really understand the importance of naming our school, and you saw them switch, my neighborhood in particular, to Carolyn North, and understand what it meant to name that campus after that educator. So I'm struggling right now because I know it's a very emotional choice. Trust me, that was a hard decision, and I mean it's your community. So I think where I'm struggling is I love the idea of streamlining it together, but I feel like the individual elementary schools, they need that community one-on-one. I don't feel okay with someone who lives in the south part of the district naming a community up way north, because there's 2 different communities, right? And so I know it's a tedious process, but I personally would feel better doing the elementaries one by one, because again, that's how you start a strong foundation. That's how they're going to build their culture and who they are and their identity. The facilities, I could see, district facility committee and going back to that piece, because it is different. I mean, we visited, the South Pac, once a month, maybe if you're a band parent or something. But that elementary school, I feel like we can't take that away from that community. So, and then the other part is, student voice, that'll include elementary students, right, from every level. Okay, that's it.
Do we think it's possible, given the discussion, and maybe I'm hearing this incorrectly, so correct me if I'm wrong, is that we start with the draft charter for elementary number 30, and perhaps for district facilities, can we send that, given this discussion, maybe back to policy to look at to see if our current CW policy matches district facilities, or do we have another discussion on the board if we need more board input on district facilities? Like, where do we want to go then with district facilities?
What is the will of the board? Anybody? Francesca?
I'm fine with policy looking at that. I agree that I think the schools should have the separate protocol, because the community piece of that is one that I'm not willing to prevent the communities from being able to name their own schools. And I feel like if, as much as I love streamlining, if we're just going to go ahead and name them, then we're, like Anna said, we're taking that piece away from the people who are actually going to be attending that school. So I'd rather keep those out and concentrate on just 30, and we can send, because I'm on policy, so I don't have a problem with reviewing that to see where the district facilities piece fits.
The board's okay with that, Sade?
Well, I mean, the CW policy is really about naming facilities, so it's not really just about naming schools, it's just whatever facilities. So I think it's already been thought of as to anything beyond just schools. And so I'm not sure that there's really much for the policy team to look, committee to look at, but.
When was the last time that policy was updated? The local policy, not legal?
I'm looking it up.
Thank you, policy. 2015, thanks, Sade.
2015. Oh,
Thank you,
well,
Sade.
I don't know, that's what it says.
And it says facilities in there, Sade, so it's not just schools.
It's naming facilities as a
So how about we then, board members that have questions and want to kick it back to committee, Trish and Francesca, how about you guys noodle it over? I said Trish's word. Because Sade does have a point. That way we don't need to get too specific in policy, and it's already here. And I think if anything, we tweak the charter. And so if we can if y'all can possibly get with Christina your concerns, and Christina, if you could get us the charter for the district facilities separate from
Okay.
elementary, and then if y'all have any other questions, please reach out to Christina before our next board meeting. Does that work with y'all?
That's fine, and I just want to mention also that the local policy does actually, we have policy for dedications and memorials in here.
Awesome.
Oh,
there we
that's
go.
fantastic. Okay.
All right.
Okay, so I just, to be clear, I'm going to do a draft charter for elementary school 30 and a separate one for district facilities named in bond 2023. Is that correct?
Correct, yes,
Okay.
that is
And
correct.
questions or thoughts need to go to you before the next meeting, if anybody has it.
Okay.
Because there'll be some noodling going on between now and then.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of noodling. Board members, any other questions? Thank you so much, Christina. I know this process is fun.
No problem. Thank you very much.
All right, guys, it is, what time is it? It's 8:45, and we are going to take a 10-minute break. So keep an eye on your watch. What time is it? It is 8:58, and we are back from our break. All right, they're going to get quiet. Okay. We will now go to agenda item 7B2, consider approval of internal audit firms. Trish? Yeah. Well, Trish is on the committee as well, and so am I.
Sade has a quick Sade has a quick update to give us on internal audit.
We just wanted to make sure you had a grand entrance, that's all. Take it away, Sade.
All right, for an update on internal audit, this is a project that started, or something that we envisioned last school year, where there was a thought about, from Anna and I, and going to a conference, looking at ways to be more efficient with the operations, find cost savings, and the internal audit process kept coming up, and after further discussion with the board, it became apparent that this was something that we should outsource to get better scale, partly because we were always in constant hiring mode and training, and then people would leave, and then it was just a cycle that was really impacting the value that we could bring back to the district. And so we started the process recently. For the RFQ process took place this summer. A number of vendors were contacted. It's a small pool of people who actually engage in this type of work. We did get some really good responses back, and we had in-person interviews. And so this is really just an update, and so we're engaging the internal audit committee and staff that was involved. We're involved in trying to do the last step. We have a last step of further due diligence, and once that step's done, then we'll have a name to bring back to the board for approval.
Awesome. Well, thank you all so much for the work. All right, board, we will now be moving. I just thanked myself. Good job, you. Now we'll be moving to agenda item 7B.3, consider adoption of board operating procedures. And Trish, Francesca, and I sit on this committee. I am the chair. We did not get any input from board members as far as concerns, questions, recommendations to change. Oh, hi, I'm sorry. I forgot to introduce our amazing board attorney, Holly Wardrell. Hey, I'm still learning this.
You're doing great. You're great. Great. So as you know, you discussed the board operating procedures of the revised draft at the last board meeting, and we did some cleanup based on the errors that you found and pointed out at the last meeting, and so they're available for you to adopt this evening.
And Holly, did you have any board members reach out to you as far as concerns, questions, or anything to add?
No, I haven't heard anything further.
Board members?
Other than minor spelling changes or a period here, there's nothing substantive. We did, according to Chris, who had pointed out, the 4 needed to be moved up, so it could be one sentence with 3. That statement was followed up. That was it. So there aren't any other major changes from the last meeting.
I need a motion.
I move that the board adopt the board operating procedures as presented, delegating authority to the superintendent's office to make any necessary changes to address non-substantive Scrivener's errors if necessary.
I second.
A motion from Chris, a second from Trish. Any discussion? I do want board members to remember, if depending on the outcome of this vote, you will be asked to sign a sheet that will be placed on the website. All right, let's go, as Dr. Guerin is presenting. Yeah. All right, let's get our vote. All those in favor? 5 yeses. All those opposed? 1 no. Motion passes. Good job, board operating procedures. I appreciate your help letting me have fun with this. And please sign the paper. As we said, this will go on the website so our community can see that we are following good governance. and we're committed to being great board members. All right, we are now going to go to agenda item 7C2, consider approval of architects for the 2023 building program. Yay, Jimmy.
Madam Vice President, board members, Dr. Gearing, after the successful bond election in May, we issued RFQs, requests for qualifications for architectural services for the 2023 building program, and we have evaluated them, and we have presented a recommendation for the projects on the attached list, and so we're recommending approval. Any questions?
Board members, do you have any questions? I need a motion.
I move that the board approve the architect selection as presented by administration for each of the 2023 building program projects and authorize the superintendent or designee to negotiate and execute the appropriate contracts.
I second.
We have a motion from Francesca, a second from Christine. Any discussion? No? All right, all those in favor? 5 yeses, opposed? 1 opposed. Motion passes.
And I do want to mention, I did indicate the timeline for the design to begin, and so we will start those very shortly with the different timelines, but we're trying to roll them out pretty quick.
Will the board be able to get a timeline of that? Because I know I saw it at leadership, there was some suggested when projects can start, and I know our community is eager to see some of those projects, like shade structures.
Yeah, once, the whole goal is, once we name the architects and contractors, the design, we're hoping to get these started, a lot of them this fall, and so once we have the contractors and the architects team together, then we can develop some good timelines that we can deliver, and we'll get those out, because we want, everybody wants to know.
Fantastic. I think that's important. So thank you, Jimmy. We appreciate it. All right, we're going to go now to, oh, it's Jimmy again. Agenda item 7C3, consider approval of construction managers for the 2023 building program.
Again, we did issue an RFQ, or RFP, request for proposals for construction manager at risk for the building program, and we've compiled a list of recommended contractors for those services and recommend approval as presented.
Board, any questions? Then I need a motion.
Will there be some type of signage or something so our community knows this was constructed with bond dollars?
Yes, we're going to have signs at every project. We want the community to know it's at work.
Thank you, Jimmy. That's important. That is very important. All right, board, we need a motion to go forward.
I move that the board approve the construction manager at risk recommendations as presented by administration for each of the 2023 building program projects presented and authorize the superintendent or designee to negotiate and execute the appropriate contracts.
I second.
We have a motion from Francesca, a second from Chris. Any other discussion, board members? All right, we're going to take a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 5 yeses. All those opposed? 1. Motion passes 5-1.
Thank you.
How to count. Thank you, Jimmy. We appreciate it. Next, we're going to go to 7C4, consider approval of TEA waiver for teachers. Hello.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gearing. So we are coming before you tonight to talk about another opportunity to recruit teachers as we continue to struggle with the shortage of teachers across the country. We have another opportunity. We always want to look at every opportunity we have to get qualified teachers into our classrooms. I'm here with Rachel Mackey. She's our Executive Director for Human Resources, and I'm going to turn it over to her, let you walk you through the presentation, what this all encompasses, and then leave it to you for moving forward with this program.
Thank you, Carolyn, and thank you guys for having me up here today. So as Carolyn mentioned, we continue to have a shortage of teachers. That's not uncommon for state or national numbers. And as we've previously discussed with you, we have done a number of things to try to recruit highly qualified teachers. From job fairs, local, virtual, all over the state of Texas, grow your own initiatives, alternative certification programs, community events, even as far as making cold calls and emails to former employees or former applicants. And in spite of all of our efforts, we still have some critical needs, particularly in elementary school, as well as secondary math and science. So of course, like Carolyn said, we want to use all of our options right now. We, of course, want fully certified teachers. When we can't get those, though, we look at other alternatives, including the alternatively certified teachers. We also have an opportunity through TEA to request temporary classroom assignment permits for secondary classes. We also utilize emergency permits. And then we have an opportunity for special education teachers for the highly objective uniform state standard of evaluation, which yes, I have to look at when I read it because it's long, but HOUSE for short. And then last resort is a long-term substitute for those classes. All of these have pretty high standards of having college hours or experience, but there's one area that the state provides us that we haven't utilized yet, and that is the certification waiver for teachers. So under Chapter 7 of the Education Code, the Education Code allows the commissioner the opportunity to waive some of the rules for districts through a number of different ways. For example, classroom waivers is something that we've used in the past. This is for certification. So what a certification waiver does is it allows the district to decide the standards that we're going to use to consider someone highly qualified for that classroom, and gives us a period of 1 to 3 years to work that out to get them to where they're to a place of being certified and highly qualified for that position. Unfortunately, this waiver isn't available for special education or bilingual students, but we can use it in our core areas. So when we look at the potential of a waiver in Leander, of course we want to be sure that our students are taught by well-educated, highly motivated, and just great individuals that are good for kids. And so when we looked at this opportunity, we wanted to be sure we maintained that expectation of a bachelor's degree or higher. We also wanted to be sure that they have some sort of related experience or college courses or something that relates to what we're going to ask them to teach and what they're desiring to teach. And we want them to be eligible for an alternative certification program. We want them to already be looking that direction or us helping them get into that and then meeting the criteria for those programs so that hopefully in the very near future they're fully certified. And then the final thing is that we've exhausted all the other options and they aren't eligible for one of those other options that I mentioned. And if you were to approve this waiver and TEA approved our request, these teachers will be at will, so non-contract teachers until they gain their certification. And so we also want to be sure they're well supported, and we have, as the previous team discussed, great supports for our new to profession teachers, and they would get all of those same supports that our new to profession teachers get, the mentors, the professional learning opportunities. They would be just like a first-year teacher. We also want to be sure that they're making progress towards certification in a timely manner, and so HR will work with the campus to monitor progress towards certification. We're saying at least quarterly. Our goal is monthly. Touch base with the candidate, touch base with the campus administrators, see how things are going, provide any support that we need. And then lastly, we have an opportunity to provide them 240 tutoring, which is an online test preparation program. Most of the exams that they would need to take are on that platform, and we can offer that to them free of charge. And so the process for the certification waiver is that the board, if you choose, approves the waiver tonight. And then HR completes an individual application for each candidate that we're considering. And that application is pretty detailed. It's why are you choosing this candidate? How many people did you look for? How many people had the opportunity to interview? How far did you reach in your recruiting? And then what qualifies them to be in your classroom with your students? And when we submit that, TEA approves or denies each one, and then that teacher is good to go and meets all the statute requirements for the classroom. And so this waiver is good for 1 to 3 years, depending on what the board chooses. The administration's recommendation is that we do a certification waiver for teachers due to our critical needs not to exceed 2 years beginning this year. Any questions?
Board members, any questions? Sade?
Yeah, just a clarification on the experience, because you mentioned education and/or experience.
Yes.
So what's the experience time guidelines for how much experience if they don't have the education?
It would vary from situation to situation. Some of the things we've seen are people that have been in some sort of technology industry for a number of years that would be a good fit for a science classroom or a math classroom. In other cases, they've been working out of state in a classroom teaching under an out-of-state certification, but they just haven't quite gotten through the certification process for Texas. There's been charter school or private school candidates that we could utilize in this way. So there's a number of different things. We don't have a set experience parameter, but we're looking at it carefully to be sure that they have some of that.
Can you tell me how many candidates that you're looking at for this waiver?
Right now, it's probably 50-ish. Yes.
And then our peer districts, just because,
Yes.
we are wanting to ensure to our families and
Yes.
communities that we have high standards on teaching in our classroom. And certainly wouldn't want this to get in the way of any understanding of what we expect in our classroom. How are our peer districts utilizing this process?
Absolutely. I looked that up yesterday, as a matter of fact, and there were over 200 certification waivers in our local area that were submitted by 2 different school districts last year.
I had a question. Slide 4, y'all said this waiver is not permissible for special education positions. But most of our general ed teachers, they do interact with our special education students. So I'm just more of a concern just to make sure that those new to profession teachers and educators, they get that recommended training, because that is very important for our students. And an individual coming into a situation, sitting at an IEP meeting, trying to navigate that. So I'm just curious, what is that? Are we going to go through the same training? I mean, I have faith in our special programs, but I'm just curious. I'm concerned to make sure that connection happens.
Absolutely. And like I said, they will get all the same training and support that a new to profession teacher would get. I have similar concerns with the alternatively certified people as well. And that's where our special programs does a great job of being sure that they have what they need.
I'm certainly open to board will. What happens if we do 1 year instead of 2, since this is something that we're kind of approaching with a little bit of trepidation?
That is absolutely up to you guys. It really would just mean that we are doing this waiver for 1 year, and then next year we could look at it again.
But does that mean that they have to be certified by the end of that year?
Yes.
Okay.
And I have a question, if we were to only do 1 year, would that prevent us from looking for next year? Would it put a hinder, I guess, trying to look for more staff members, I guess?
That's a good question, and one I couldn't find an answer to through TEA because there's not a recertification or a reapplication. You just do it again every year. One of the questions on the application is, what are you going to do to prevent from having to have a waiver in the future? And so I think it could open it up to questions, but I also saw districts that did have multiple years.
What happens if it's only approved for the 1 year and the candidates are not done with their certification? What happens to the progress that they've made if the waiver is only for 1 year?
That's a good question as well. So it depends on how far they get in their program. It will depend, they'll be at-will employees for us, so we have some options to look at what we may do to support them or have them move on. But as far as their programs go, each program's a little bit different. Sometimes they just extend and it costs a little bit more money. Sometimes, they extend and it doesn't cost anything, but they're always going to have to be tied to a district in order to make that progress.
Is there a way where we could do the 1 year and then do another year a little bit early so it doesn't hurt the process, so it doesn't happen right at the same time? How would that work?
I think my understanding of that is that when you approve this waiver, if you only do it for 1 year, you're tying all those people who get on this waiver for 1 year. So if they don't get done in 1 year, they're out.
Okay.
They're
Yes.
done.
That explains-
So the 2-year
Thank you, that
gives
explains
us
it.
an opportunity
I see that.
to really make sure that the ones we put in on these waiver certificates get through their process and get certified.
That
So
makes
I would
better
recommend
sense,
doing the 2 years.
Now I understand the 2 years. And y'all would be getting us reports or updates, right, on these?
We absolutely can, yes.
Okay.
All right, board members, I need a motion.
Oh, I just have one more question.
Yes.
So you mentioned that we're looking at maybe 50 people. Is that mostly secondary, elementary?
It's a pretty even split.
Pretty even? 'Cause-
Yes. And then it also provides us that flexibility as we're coming into these mid-year hires and the pools are getting more and more dry, that we could look at these options for any new hires as well.
Because don't they have, especially like the elementaries, they might have other training that they have to take on top of this? So just looking at the combined stress level of that.
Yes, and that's one of the reasons that we were recommending the 2 years, because for the elementary, they have the Reading Academy and many other trainings that they have to complete the first year. So the 2-year made more sense, and then we could revisit that next year to say, was the 2-year the right amount of time? Could we back that off, or do we even maybe need the 3 years? So this is kind of a first-year look at how we can run this type of a program to see what works best for candidates as they're coming in.
And just to be clear that we're really committed to the highest quality people that we can possibly find. This just gives us an additional option to find high quality people that just might not have reached those certification checkpoints in their process yet, and for us to help them through that, but still get them in front of our kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, board members.
I have one question.
Yeah.
What is the lowest level of education they need to be qualified?
A bachelor's degree.
I need a motion.
I move to accept the administration's recommendation to apply for certification waivers for teachers as presented.
I second.
I have a motion from Francesca, a second from Christine. Any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 yeses. All those opposed? 1 opposed. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Gina. All right, we're going to be moving along to 7C5, discussion of House Bill 3. This is under safety and security. Hello.
Good evening, Madam Vice President, Trustees, Dr. Gearing. So we are here tonight to talk about House Bill 3 and specifically the armed security that's required at each campus. And I have a clicker. I didn't have slides last time, so. The purpose of tonight is we're going to review the legislation first, then we're going to talk about a good cause exception that the legislation allows due to personnel availability and funding, and then we're going to talk about the alternative standard that is required along if we do have a good cause exception. So I want to highlight that this is one part of House Bill 3. As Dr. Gearing shared earlier, there are lots of other safety and security facility improvements that we're doing based on the new standards. Forced entry film, we're having a panic alert system that we're putting in. We have storage function, interior door handles that we're installing. I have a list, I want to be sure I get them all. We have our door map numbering. We also are digitally mapping all of our campuses to share with our law enforcement so that in case they do respond, they know where to go. Exterior key boxes, we're adding additional cameras at all levels, and then we're doing some fencing work, and all that was in conjunction with grant funds and also, thankfully, the approval of the bond. And then if you remember last year, we installed some additional as well with our weekly exterior door audits, our locked and closed requirement on interior classroom doors, and then also continuing to do our standard response protocol drills. So this piece of House Bill 3 is in addition to the other safety and security things that we've been working on and continuing to implement. Also, we do currently have, at our high schools, we have school resource officers at all of our high schools, 2 in the south at Vandegrift, and then we also have 1 at our Leander Middle School, which is a sergeant for LPD, and they service some of that area as well. So that's kind of where we are. So the first 3 slides, click, are going to review the 3 parts of the House bill. So it was required that we must have an armed security at every campus during regular school hours, and they define armed security as a peace officer, a school resource officer, which is a peace officer that has additional school hours to be able to work at a school, and then a contract and off-duty peace officer. So all 3 of those have the powers of arrest, can carry guns, and have badges. So that's the initial piece of the requirement for House Bill 3. And Russell, feel free to jump in if you feel I missed something in any of this. I have my expert here. So, if we can't meet that mandate, September 1st was implementation timeline. They did allow for a good cause exception. That good cause exception can be based on the availability of funding and also the availability of qualified personnel to meet that requirement. It is the board's good cause exception, so it's y'all that would pass a resolution for that. If we claim a good cause exception, then we have to have an alternative standard on how we're going to comply with the bill. So that's the next kind of phase. So with the alternative standard, they did write in that they allow for the use of a school marshal or a guardian instead of a peace officer to meet the requirement. So when we looked at this process, both of those, school marshal and guardian, existed. They exist around the state. They've been in place for a while. We took this to our Safety and Security Committee, as Dr. Gearing shared, and the feedback from them is reflected in our alternative standard. They recommended the school marshal and felt comfortable with that as feedback, and that includes all of our local PDs and first responders that support our district. And then also they were in favor of creating our own police force. And so the next is kind of outlining those 2 pieces. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about marshal first. So the traditional, I think, marshal that is in schools is when one of our current teachers, administrators goes and gets a license to carry and has a secondary role as the school marshal. Well, what they have is something called a single role marshal, and that's what we are going to recommend. So the difference is, 1, for a single role marshal, their sole purpose is to provide safety and security on the campus and to respond in the event of an active threat. For a dual role marshal, sometimes that might get conflicted with their primary role that they have as a teacher, administrator, whatever that is. Also, they would be hired solely for that role, and they wouldn't be distracted with other duties that they have. Some of the dual role comparison there is if they have training, it might conflict with their primary role. How do we get them to be those things? And for the dual role marshal, it must be a volunteer. For the single role, we would hire them as LISD employees, so they would be hired for that role. And if I'll talk for a while, but if y'all want to interject, just let me know. But we'll maybe try to get through it, and then if you have questions, please. There's a slide at the end. So also some additional security that our single role marshals could support, as I talked about, those exterior door sweeps, safety audits, training school staff on emergency response drills, emergency preparedness, facilitating our standard response drills. Supported events, we have several elementaries with portables, support around those transitions, monitoring the exterior and door activities, and then collaborate with the community and principal on assessing safety and security needs and helping implement and support that as they go through. So that's some of the advantages of that single role piece. Here's the requirements and training for a single role marshal that's involved. So they are our district employees. They do hold a license to carry a gun on campus. They have an 80-hour Marshall course that's sponsored by the state. There are 4 current opportunities in the state, in the state to complete that. There is a waiting list currently, and you can't send more than 5 from any district, but we're going to work through that piece of it. Part of that 80 hours includes that next bullet, which is the history of the Marshall Program, laws, school shootings, use of force, firearms, active shooter, and then practical exercises. All have to go through a psychological exam. We can add additional board regulations around what that job looks like, just like we have in JK right now for our school resource officers. And then they can make arrests, but only in the case of bodily injury. And then they have a renewal every 2 years, so 16 hours of continued training, plus another psychological exam. And then the great thing about the Single Role School Marshal is they can also, because they're our district employees, we can have them go and do other trainings that we have around the Leander Way, our Culture Day, become part of our community. And so I think it's a real added value for this opportunity. And then also, even though there aren't that many opportunities, the state does offer grants for the 80 hours, so they pay for all but the travel. So there are grants for that 80 hours of training for the Single Role Marshal. Okay, so here is our alternative standard recommendation. It involves 2 parts, like I said. One is the creation of a Leander ISD Police Department. The other is implementation of Single Role Marshals. And so right now, this is a breakdown of kind of how we see this working, and I'll talk in the next slide about some of the reasons why the police department and the single role marshal is a mix. For one, for the police department, we're 9 to 18 months before we can ever hire the first officer, and we're competing with 1,200 plus school districts for the same folks that are certified and licensed police officers. And so the single role school marshal opportunity allows us to potentially expedite getting additional safety and security for our campuses. The breakdown between elementary and high school, one, the equivalent training for threat response is the same. So both an SRO, a school resource officer, and a school marshal have the same level of threat response protocol. Both carry guns, and again, both have the arrest ability in case of bodily injury. The additional role that the SRO can play at the secondary level includes all of the other things for the powers of arrest and investigation that secondary students and secondary campuses experience. And so that's the reason that the alternative standard includes both the single role marshals and then also the police department. Okay. So again, I told you I'd talk a little bit about this process to create the police department. So TCOL is the licensing and has to grant approval before we are granted to have our own police department. That process takes 9 to 18 months. There's a board resolution that's required declaring that we want to start our own police department. We have to have a dispatch system. We have to have an inspection by TCOL. All of that takes at least 9 to 18 months, with several other districts going to be also moving in this direction likely. I don't know what that backlog is going to cause, but more than likely there will be one around that as well. And then, ideally we would like to hire already existing peace officers for our police department, but in the case that we can't, the training that's required for a new to position takes about 8 to 9 months. So it's around 1,400 hours. So if we started the police department, 9 to 18 months for that process, could not find any existing peace officers, then we're, 2 years before we could ever get the first police officer at supporting any of our campuses. A little budgetary, and these are estimates. None of this has been vetted through our lovely HR that was just here before me. As far as this is based on Russell doing research around surrounding school districts, looking at job applications and job things, and estimating based on what it's cost at our surrounding districts to start implementation. So this first slide is around personnel. Includes a chief, assistant chief, the officers, the marshals, and then the benefits that are associated with those. All of this, the marshals and the police officers will be housed under the police department. So it would be one unit that goes to similar trainings, all of the things around that. So that price tag is approximately $4.8 million for the personnel cost. Now, understand when we got to, right now, we pay around $1.2 million for our existing partnership with our SROs at our high schools, so that ongoing personnel total would be offset some by as we build out the program and we supplement that piece of the personnel. And then these are one-time startup costs of the 67 employees, basically, to get them gear, cars, laptops, training, all of the stuff that goes along with that. We are still working on dispatch right now. We are, Russell's in talks with, and I'm talking for you, but Russell's been talking to some other police departments about creating potentially a school district dispatch that might save all of us money if we go in that direction. Did I capture that right, Russell?
Yes.
Beautiful. Okay. So in summary, the police department, Leander Police Department, would be 35 SROs. And again, I talked about this a little bit before, but the difference between a police officer that's at LPD and an SRO is there's about 20 hours of school-specific training that's involved, so that's why they're school resource officers. 32 marshals, the single row marshals, for a total of 67 total employees. And there's the summary of the estimated budgetary impact. That initial one-time startup cost about $2.8 million, and then ongoing cost about $4.8. Again, offset eventually by $1.2 million in that personnel total at the end. So next steps, we are solely for discussion at this point. We are bringing this for you to process and for us to discuss that so we know next steps. But our initial next steps would be to bring the resolution for good cause exception. That included the creation of the Leander ISD PD department and then the use of single role school marshals moving forward. Questions?
Board members, any questions?
Yeah, I have a ton. I think it's a terrible idea to have our own police force. Round Rock is in a federal lawsuit because they have their own police force.
Trish, did you have another question?
Yeah, I want to thank y'all for the research you did. This isn't a suggestion y'all would bring to us without HB3. This is a suggestion. I would say the suggestions and the information that you're bringing for us is based on the directions that we were given in HB3 and conversations that you've been having, not only all the research, which I'm so appreciative for y'all doing, but you also had it with our SSC, our Safety School Committee, which I would say is majority made up of police, fire, our emergency personnel, saying, here's how we're seeing it, here's how we can help or assist y'all, and y'all took that information. I see that in here. I also see y'all told me y'all went to Region 13, and y'all did information. There's a lot of hours, and I just want to say thank y'all. This is a very important issue, and this is, again, because of legislation, this is where we're at right now. If I remember correctly, legislation gave us, I would argue, a minimal amount, considering these figures that I'm seeing here. So am I right that we were looking at less than $1 million from the state legislature? And
correct.
You're talking 1.2, so still what the legislature did and our SRO program, we still have cost we have to make up.
Yes, ma'am. So yes, what we get from the allotment from the state doesn't pay for our current partnership with our SROs at our high schools.
The way I remember it being stated, and maybe you can correct me, Tricia, if I'm wrong, was $10 per student. Is that correct?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
So even after ULD, we get $10 a student for safety.
There's also an additional $15,000 per campus. And so when you total that up, it comes to about $1.4 million that we get. But that is the whole safety and security allotment, which is designed to cover everything that we do, not just this portion of House Bill 3.
And so that doesn't count all of the other mandates that they've come up with the film and the locks and the numbering and all of that other stuff.
Correct.
Okay.
That is partially correct because we have received some grant funding.
We did.
from
We
TDA
applied for a
some of
grant.
those, but not all of that.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So I just wanted to put that out there. The next thing is if we go the route of, so I'm looking at this ongoing cost piece, right? So you're looking at, to start this up, obviously, it's cost more, right? Once we get rolling, it's a little bit different. However, I'm looking at the per person amount of money was about $68K, if I'm looking at officer correct.
Yes, ma'am.
So my dad was a policeman for 30 years. I happen to know he went up the ranks. He got raises, he got steps, he got things like that. We don't expect someone to start at $68,000 a year and stay at $68,000 a year.
No, ma'am.
People are going to need raises.
Yes,
So looking at these numbers, I'm seeing the personnel total at 4.8. Along with the equipment and training, you're at like 7.6. But that's just year one, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just
And
making
that's,
sure.
and those were midpoint estimates that we're thinking is going to be around, so it may vary up and down. And then once we do the actual market analysis to determine where we live with those actual salaries, we'll obviously let you know, we'll be able to give you a more precise.
Right, so we're talking about hiring folks into a school where they make more than the teachers teaching the kids. Just making sure that's clear. Yeah, that's the way I see it.
For the SROs?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. The next little piece is understanding that if this is the recommendation of safety and security, overall, I have a really hard time with this because,
Yes, ma'am.
you know, the whole thing is just kind of really frustrating. I get the purpose behind it. I get the thought behind it. I get the reasoning behind it. What I don't understand is why the state just says, go do this, and it's going to cost you this much. Oh, and by the way, the pool of people you're going to be able to find is very limited.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's my concern. So when we talk about the background of these folks that we're going to hire, that's another concern. You know, what kind of background check, what kind of work are we going to have to do on our end to make sure that the background checks and all of that other stuff goes along with it? There's a cost associated with that too that may not even be in here.
Correct.
So I appreciate y'all. I know this is a lot of work. I know it's very frustrating for everybody, and it's a real shame that the state doesn't recognize the need as far as putting their money where their mouth is. Thank you.
Well, what I would like to see is actually training the teachers and simply giving them a bump up in pay for the one that's going to be armed on campus. If you do that, you mitigate all this costs, and they're still a teacher. They're inside the building at all times. You know, just saying, looking away outside the box, instead of just saying, let's hire a bunch of people, like you said, it's a limited number of people out there. What about find someone that is willing and able that's already in there? In fact, they love those kids. Those teachers would do anything to protect them versus someone that's from the outside. Now you got a little bit more of a, well, what's my duty here? Because there's been many instances where there have been well-trained and well-armed men, and they didn't go in. They didn't go in to save those kids, and several times they had chances, and they'd hear the shots. I honestly would rather look at arming the teachers who are willing and able to actually defend themselves and their school. They're already inside.
We do have some fantastic teachers, and they do love our students. I agree with that, Paul. I do have a question. What happens if we just decide not to do House Bill 3? We're like, nope, not going to do it. We don't have the money. Sorry. Like, what happens? Like, can you, because there's community members out there, right? And this is being brought on them for the first time. And what if we just said, nope, sorry, to state of Texas, we're just not going to do what you want us to do? What does that look like? And we just throw everything on Russell. Like, what is the, sorry. But what is the implications of us, like, what's going to happen if we don't follow through with this? Like,
Right.
what happens?
So they did provide for the good cause exception. They did say you have to have an alternative standard. There is no timeline that I'm aware of that's attached to that alternative standard, just that we have to have a process. And so I didn't see anywhere in there where it says, if you just don't want to, then this is what you do. But I will say that when we were listening to Region 13, there is an exception around the governance from TEA coming in and doing oversight on the board for this particular part of House Bill 3. I don't, again, that is, I will leave that to y'all's discussion and determination.
That's all you need to say.
But that is part of the legislation that was written in there.
So just part of the conversation that we've been hearing is that is one piece, this is the only piece in HB 3 that says they will not send a conservatorship for that reason. Now, if we don't do the other parts of HB 3, they can send a conservator. So this is the only one so far for this session. the talks for next session is you've had your chance, you've had your good exception, now we're going to say you got to do it. So that's the conversations we keep hearing. So, but yes, you're right, there's nothing that's going to happen right away, but they're preparing us to get there.
And not yet, it'll be there, it's coming.
And the legislature set this expectation for our communities and all around us. So now, how are we going to meet these expectations? There were different options y'all had, and y'all looked at so many options. Why are y'all presenting this to the board? What makes this the best package for our district, for our community, for our children?
So part of, for the police department piece, and Russell, you're going to have some insight here too, because I know you've been in it for a bit. Part of our ongoing discussions with our supporting PDs is that they are struggling to fill their ranks. So there's some struggles there with being able to provide officers for us. We have 3 different vehicles of communication and talking to 3 different entities around supporting. And if you roll in APD sometimes at some of our campuses as well, there's some complexities in that when you're crossing over jurisdictions and talking to different departments. They've all been wonderful and supportive, and we've worked the best that we can together, but creating our own police department would alleviate some of that. It brings also into, we can add additional trainings that reflect what we want for our campuses and our students and our community around those SROs. So that's part of the thought behind the police department. Do you have other, did I miss any, Russell, that you can think of?
Yeah, and of course we're competing with other ISDs who already have their police departments. Austin ISD has already said they're going to ask for 100 more. Round Rock ISD is going to ask for about 30 more because they don't cover every campus either with their ISD police departments. So they've already established their departments. And talking statewide, I've talked to Abilene, Wiley, Houston. We've talked to so many Dallas area folks who have marshal programs. The actual initiator in 2013 was Abilene Wiley. They actually have the guy who was there who started to help start the program. They didn't want to go to teacher, where it's a dual role, mostly because some of the language in that is that they're not allowed to carry weapons at certain times that they're teaching. And so, but they have to have something close by. We don't see that as a efficient or a effective way of protecting the campus. We want someone who's a single role, period. That way, that's your only job, and you're armed and ready to go. So that was one of the reasons we want to go that direction with that. And it's a little easier talking to other districts. I talked to Sam Marcus, and he said, we have a waiting list for this position, that their previous law enforcement, they don't want to get back into police departments. They want to do this, just be at a campus and protect. That's it. And he said, we have a waiting list. So they're easier to fill with previous law enforcement experienced officers, military and so forth. Now, I don't know if we'll get that. I'm just saying this is just talk from other districts that have this program already in existence for the past 10 years. So just talking to them gave me a little more confidence about the program, and it's regulated by the state. It's very intense training. They're licensed like a police officer. So we thought that would be a better way of having a regulatory department over versus guarding, which can go any way direction.
And also the dual role. So
Right.
we feel strongly that we want our current folks that do their role on campuses to focus on their current role on campus and not add this to them as it could be a distraction and be that person that's the first responder in a threat.
Did we talk to any teachers about this?
First, we brought it to board for discussion.
So Brian pointed this out earlier, but House Bill 3 actually lines out that these positions are essentially required in House Bill 3 to be fully commissioned peace officers, correct? The only reason we can do something different is because of this good cause exception, which is bound by the idea that there's not enough money to do it right now and implement it by September 1. And even if we had enough money, then we wouldn't be able to find enough personnel to fill those positions. So that good cause exception gives us a pause just to be able to ramp up some of this. But the intent, I think, of the legislation is to put fully commissioned peace officers at every campus in the district. Having said that, an elementary school is a very different environment from a middle school or a high school. We're used to having fully commissioned SROs at our high schools right now. We can see how that would be beneficial at our middle schools, but in my mind, there may be a waste of resource if you have a fully commissioned peace officer at an elementary school. And so this idea of a single role school marshal really fits that bill well because of the level of training that they have. And we talked to the Safety and Security Committee about this. And the difference between school marshals and the training they would get and the level 3, am I saying that right? Training
Yes.
that a security company might provide with personnel that they're given to you. So that's another option, is for you to hire out, contract out to a security company and then allow them to assign you people. A couple of problems that our law enforcement community talked to us about were, what is the level of training that you get when you get those folks? And then also, what is their background? How are they being vetted by that company? And then how often are they changing out? So part of this role is to create relationships with our children, to really build that sense of safety and security, to be visible, to really create deterrent to anything happening to any of our staff or our children on our campuses. And so I think that's part of the reason we're bringing you the solution that we are, is because it's a good fit combination of all of those things. We will investigate more carefully what happens to the good cause exception down the line, because what we're proposing to you leaves school marshals permanently in our system. So it's a hybrid of LISD, fully commissioned police officers, and at our secondary schools, and then these school marshals, single role school marshals at our elementary schools. And so I have talked to a couple of people who are in the know, who've said that that will be allowable as a permanent solution, but that is something that we're going to have to vet carefully to make sure that as we build this out, we can do it adequately.
Yes.
I will first echo Christine in that I'm having a hard time with this one. I don't understand how this can be put on any district, much less a district of this size, with the expectation that it's just going to be implemented immediately. What I am not seeing, and it's an incredible amount of work here, but the one thing that I am not seeing here is with the school marshals, like Dr. Gehring just said, these people are going to be interacting with our kids. And especially as an elementary parent, it concerns me that there's nothing in here with what is their experience with children, how much time have they spent in that type of environment? Because when you're then introducing the security piece and the concealed carry piece, and you're around all these kids, where is the piece that says that's something that they can handle, especially if it's somebody who's new to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am. And I think, that obviously when we introduced 67 security personnel to our district, we have that same level of concern about what that looks like. Mm-hmm. The good news is we are afforded the opportunity to create that job description to potentially include those things, and also to install our own professional learning and training around what it looks like for our security personnel to interact with our kids' community parents, and then also once they're in that school community to learn and evolve on what that community, each one of ours are different. So each one has a different level of need. They can evolve into that and become a member of the community that's seen as an asset and not just a security person that's there in case something happens.
And is that the piece you were talking about earlier with allowing them to take the culture days?
Absolutely, yes. And so that's that part of building in that training and professional learning on how do we interact with kids. What does that look like? Because they're our employees, we can install that learning for them.
And where does the special programs come into that with the special education students?
Could also be installed around special programs, all of those, I support our assistant principals. They can come into those where we have special programs, all those come in and support our administrators on what that looks like and how we can best support our kids and our families. So they can be a part of that learning so that we at least have a little bit of control and support for that person so that we can feel confident about those interactions when they're having with kids.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, I think that is the power of this model for me, is that we get to select those people. So we get to hire them and vet them and make sure that the folks who we're bringing in are the right folks. One of the interesting things that our law enforcement community shared with us is that they felt like it would be easier for us to hire these roles because there are some folks who want to be on the beat and on patrol, but that's a very different environment to being a school marshal or an SRO on a campus. And they felt like there would be a lot more folks who would be willing to do the school role than there would be for them in their police departments on the street. So.
Board members, do you have any questions? This is up for discussion and will be up for action at the September 7th meeting. Any more?
For the resolution, when you are crafting it, if there are any barriers, like now that you've heard from us, if there's something we need, if it's funding release or, I don't know, something to talk about training or whatever it is you need from us to help with the program, I hope you'll consider putting that in the resolution. I don't want the board to be any type of barrier to y'all moving forward, given the environment and so many schools all trying to get people into training and find people.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I have a question. So if we do create a LASD police force, who does the chief of police report to?
The superintendent, it's required.
So the superintendent is the de facto chief of police?
No, chief of police reports to the superintendent.
But the superintendent could ask the chief of police to do something, and he would have to do it. So he reports to him.
He's
a direct report.
He's the supervisor of the police. So superintendent supervises the police chief.
That's who the chief reports to. By law, it has to be that way.
Yeah, and that's a special role too. So there are laws that drive what a chief of police should and shouldn't do. Correct. That I would have no power over altering because they're a fully commissioned police officer. And so supervision is one thing. I think what you're talking about is something a little different that it wouldn't necessarily happen that way.
It's just who the chief reports to for any events, what's going on with the department, more or less. It keeps from this multi-level down reporting to several before we get to the superintendent. I think that's why they made it that way.
So he talks to him, but he doesn't, if he told him to do something, like arrest somebody, he can't do it.
So they're all bound by laws and what those policies entail. So you can't just do this because I want you to. It's got to follow policies and laws, basically. If you've got a criminal action in going on, then that's something we have to act on as police. You don't just say point. It doesn't work like that.
So the chief, he or she would report to Bruce, and then is there also, there's levels below that?
Correct.
One quick clarifying question. So would there need to be a building involved, or are they going to report to campus, and then will they, how will they be a team, so to speak?
Sure.
That makes sense?
So, I mean, you have your staff, the executive staff might need a place to be, similar to administration, but all your officers will have an office in each campus. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and just to clarify what the next steps look like, so what we're bringing you for approval next time is just the good cause exception that will allow us to start this process, and we're still at the very infant stages of working all of these details out. You know, the good cause exception is there for a reason because they know that we cannot do all of this by September 1. And so once we have the good cause exception in place, then that allows us to then build this plan out and start bringing the pieces to you as we need to.
No, you.
So, I don't know if I missed this earlier, but I'm looking at slide 9 and looking at how the breakdown is for high school, middle school patrol supervisor, a total of 35 SROs, and thinking of how we have it now. Where do they get their supervision from right now? Is it from the police department or like?
Currently, yes. No, our
it's from-
SROs right now?
Mhm.
Yes, ma'am.
It comes from the police department?
Yes,
Okay. And so the breakdown of having, say, 11 supervisory/investigator, how did that number come about?
Sure. So there's the chief, assistant chief, and then 7 sergeants. And so when you look at the 35 SROs and the 32 single role marshals, that averages about 7 or 8 per sergeant. That is the supervisor, and that's based on Russell's research. He's found that's about the appropriate number of supervisors per SRO or marshal, and then also in that is 2 investigators to maintain long-term investigations and also some internal investigations if needed. So.
Thanks.
Yeah, I still think this would be better under the police department role. And as I was looking at slide number 8, the single role marshal must be district employees. If we really want to put people armed that can actually help the kids right now, next week, we go and work with some of the teachers that actually want to do it. It's a terrible thought, anyone, but coming to the school looking for trouble. But I would rather have a teacher there. They're already a district employee. They can get a license to carry. You go through the process. I've gone through that process. It's a fairly simple one. And then the extra training that we're talking about here, they go through it. In fact, it would be a wonderful bridge to give the police department time to get the necessary personnel, because there's a job waiting for them. Just like we're talking about with having people excited about it, possibly because they don't want to go on patrol. Well, but you'd be still working for Leander Police Department, not Leander ISD, and we would have all those other costs with the district, which right now we don't have the money. So it seems to me that would be a very nice role to just go the single role school marshal, bridge us some time, bridge the police department some time. This is a wonderful model for them to encourage people to come in. This is what the state wants. People want to help. Maybe they will get, because they've done a better vetting process than we could. They are part police. I mean, we're not a police force. So for us to develop one, they're already doing it. I mean, they go through vetting processes, going through military backgrounds, going through mental health checkups to make sure the officer is all right. Well, we just need to buy them some time. Can something happen in the meantime? Anything can happen. Unfortunately, I still like the idea that just like the people that we'd be looking to fill, that pool of candidates, we've already done some vetting. At least we know that they want to be there for the kids. And that's the part where I would want to bridge a gap to let the police department catch up. Has the sergeant who assigns SRO, have we talked to him?
We talked to the chiefs, assistant chiefs, all.
Of Leander's, I mean, of Leander.
Of all of our supporting police departments.
Okay.
Can I ask you, when I look at your dual role, I feel like there's some confusion on terms here. On slide 6, dual role. The dual role says the responsibilities, that means somebody who's going to be a marshal maybe also has another function, such as a teacher, a coach, aide, or administrator.
Correct.
And then you're saying their security function is secondary, so that's not the primary thing they're doing. Also in that dual role, that means they've got 2 roles in the district. They're not just that they're doing 2 roles. That their primary duties may distract them because they've got their primary duty when there's an incident going on. So I see there's some security risk as I'm looking at dual role, and correct me if I'm wrong when I get done here. And then it also says they must be volunteer, so that means that somebody who's currently in a position who takes on this extra duty wouldn't get paid?
They can't be forced. We can't say you are going to be a marshal, you have to go to the training. We have to present that, and they have to volunteer to do the dual role marshal, not that they
So we would pay them extra?
We haven't looked at what that looks like. We're thinking anytime we add additional responsibilities, especially one that's the level of a threat response, that there would be some kind of additional pay incentive, but we haven't analyzed that piece of it
So
because
we
it
haven't-
wasn't part of our recommendation.
And maybe that's something, y'all end up hearing more about. I'm still trying to get over all the other factors that are in here, right? That's not the primary role, primary duties have to stay. Like, there's a lot of hurdles, which I'm thinking was weighing into your factor of presenting the single role. But if I'm missing, I mean, if there's
No,
something
that-
else y'all have.
That's exactly why we were not a fan of the dual role, is because, as I talked about before, we want our teachers, coaches, aides, administrators to focus on their primary role of what they are there for and what they wanted to do and what they are supporting our campuses and kids for. Not to have to be potentially distracted, pulled away, interfere with in supporting an active threat response. As a teacher and all of those things, when I'm in my classroom, I can't fathom how that would work for me, because I have my kids that are in my classroom, and then I can see the conflict, just as speaking from teaching.
And did one of you say that there were some guidelines as to where weapons can be stored while they're teaching?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not like they're going to have it on them all the time?
No, they can't have it on their hip while they're teaching,
I
that
think-
kind of thing.
Where did they say they had to?
I think when I think about the dual role type model, it makes me think that I've seen that more that works in a rural community. They have, but there's different factors at play. Are y'all aware of an urban or model like ours that is trying a dual role?
No, a lot of them gone to this single role. Here's the problem is that, and just talking to some of the folks in our own district, is that's the last thing they want to do is carry a weapon. I mean, you have, some people in the district, you may have a campus who wants to, but then you have 6 others that don't. So what do you do? In the meantime, we still have to have that campus. That's been the overall just conversation going to all the campuses I go to. That's not what they hired up for, and that's not what they really want to do. But talking, when this first rolled out in 2013, they saw some issues. Like I said, they weren't able to focus on both. And then some of the requirements where you had to keep your gun somewhere else while you were teaching, and it got pretty mixed up on that part.
All right, board members, if y'all have any more questions or concerns, please get with Brian or Russell, please. It's up for discussion on
Thank you.
September 7th. Thank you all so much. We appreciate it. All right, we're going to move to 7C6, consider approval of ordinance adopting the 2023 property tax rate. Mr. Pete. Huh? It's hot in here. Yeah. Hello, Pete. We're ready for you.
We'll turn it on now and try that again. All right. Good evening, Madam Vice President, members of the Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Gearing. Tonight we are bringing for you the ordinance to adopt our total tax rate, which consists of both the M&O and interest and sinking. We had a presentation at the previous board meeting where we went through kind of the history of the M&O and the compression with the latest state legislative session. But basically, in a nutshell, our maximum compressed rate has decreased from 0.8046 to 0.6387. Our interest and sinking rate is staying the same at 33 cents. And we're going to backtrack a little bit. We're going to add our Vader pennies in there. So our 0.6387 plus our full 8 gold pennies and our 6 copper pennies to get 0.7787 on the compressed rate on the M&O side, plus 33 cents on the interest and sinking side, for a total tax rate of $1.1087. A couple things we included in the memo, just want to clarify, there's a bunch of kind of some new terminology in the last 2 years with the adopting a tax rate. And so we have, as I mentioned earlier, what we've referred to many times during this process is the MCRs, our maximum compressed tax rate. And that's your max, plus your tier 2 pennies. So for us, that's the 0.7787. That's the 6387 plus the copper and gold, or gold and copper. The no new revenue rate is required for truth in taxation. It's $1.15, Again, our rate we are requesting for approval tonight is 110.87, so it's just under 5 cents less than that. The voter approval rate, which is the maximum rate that can be adopted without triggering a Vader. I don't think we want to have another Vader election. We had one last year. We were successful. We're happy with it. So that's $1.138845, and again, we're about 3 cents under that at $1.1087. And the new one, the no new revenue M&O rate. So this is an interesting one because it determines required language in the ordinance in motion. However, it's required, but it's not defined for school districts in the original legislation. So basically, the next session, they define that as, just use it as a Chapter 44 Education Code's rate to maintain. And and this is just the M&O rate. So this is a 0.852851, and again, just our M&O rate is 0.7787. So again, we come to you with a total tax rate of $1.1087, which is a total tax rate increase of 16.59 cents, and then kind of outside our control is just to mention it that the state legislature has increased the homestead exemption for our taxpayers as well from 40,000 to 100,000. If you're right, if it does pass in November.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
History is on its side, but stranger things have happened. But yeah, assuming that passes, then that will the homestead exemption will increase as well. Are there any questions on the M&O and INS rate?
I just want to clarify that the total rate is lower than the no new revenue rate. Is that correct?
That is correct. The no new revenue rate of $1.151163, and the rate we're requesting approval in the ordinance is $1.1087. So it's about 4.5 cents less.
Okay, I move that the property taxes be levied for the 2023 tax year by the adoption of a total tax rate of $1.1087 as outlined in the ordinances. The tax rate includes 0.7787 for maintenance and operations and 0.3300 for interest and sinking.
I second.
We have a motion from Trish, a second from Francesca. Is there any more discussion, board members? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 yeses. All those opposed? 0. Motion passes. All right, next we're going to go to agenda item 7C7. Consider approval of budget amendments. Hello, Pete.
Nice to see everybody again. We have a budget amendment, 2 amendments. A couple things I want to draw attention to this one. We've done a little bit different on this one. First and foremost, just to explain the budget amendment. This is in general fund. This is basically a list of purchase orders that the items and goods were not received by June 30th. We do not roll forward all purchase items. There are some that if they're small, below a certain amount, we shut down and then we put in the next year's budget. But for these items, were bigger items, items that had they not been moved forward to the next year, it would basically kill their next year budget. So this is about $2.3 million that we have rolled forward. There is an $800 for the amendment for the debt service fund, just for that. But one thing I do want to draw to your attention outside of the amounts of the specific budget amendments is after the board letter, the first 3 pages, one is the general fund, second one is the debt service fund, and the third page is the food, then it goes back to general fund. We don't have a food service amendment. What we've done is, these are a new form. So I wanted to have you see these. We've included the normal documentation we include behind, which is typically fairly lengthy, and I don't want to speak on your behalf, but my opinion was I did not feel that the extra documentation really provided any more information than you needed as a board. However, we provided both, so if you would, at your leisure, review both. Our goal is to continue with the new ones. If the board feels that they would like to have the ones continued in the back, we'll be more than happy to include those as well. But our recommendation is if you so felt so later on, we would just include the new form. It's more streamlined.
I think we all like the form, yes? Please, please.
Okay, well, duly noted. We will carry on with the new form.
All right, board members, this is up for approval tonight. I need a motion.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the budget transfers and amendments to the 2023-2024 budget as presented.
I second.
I have a motion from Francesca, a second from Christine. Any other discussion from board members? No? All right, we need a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. All those opposed? 0. Motion passes. All right. And it's you again, Pete. 7C8, Annual Investment Report. Mr. Pete Howard.
All right, as required, we do give you monthly investment reports, but however, as required by the statute, is that we spend one time with an annual investment report for the district's investments as a whole for the prior year. And this is that meeting. And so we have provided the annual report. Basically, just in a nutshell, I just wanted to, last year in all funds, our interest revenue was just over $19 million, which, as you can imagine, was probably a little bit higher than in previous years. The year before, we had $1.27 million for the whole year as well. So it's not that we did any out of the ordinary. I mean, we did a good job, but we did an extraordinarily good job with investing. It was the interest rates went up, and we just took advantage of those interest rates. But I did want to point that out. That is, and that's all funds. More on the general fund, it was more about the $9 million range. And we did use those interest funds, if you recall, last year to kind of help us with some budget shortfalls, some student enrollment, and it really was beneficial to us. And so we have, obviously we have increased the interest revenue in this year's budget. However, we do feel that we do have it at a conservative level because we don't know what the rates are going to do. We will continue to watch those, but I did want to at least bring to your attention it's been a long time since we probably had $19 million in interest earnings over all of our funds in a long time. So I did want to bring that change to your attention. Are there any questions on the investment report or annual investment report?
Board members, if no questions, we need a motion.
Oh, I'm just asking about the
Yes, Sade.
the book value. Can you explain the book value? The change in book value.
The AC, come on. All right, the book value.
Yeah.
What I believe there is AC's on. All right. The book value, you have the market value, which is as of the date of the report. The book value is typically what we either purchased it at. Yeah.
So this is not up for approval. I was just kidding. It's just.
Oh, this report?
I was just kidding. Yeah. This is just for our information. Board members, any other questions, please get with Pete on this agenda topic. We will move down to 7C9, which is up for approval. And it's consider approval of resolution adopt an investment policy and strategy. Sorry. I'll take it. You can be as loud as I want. All right, Pete.
Yeah, it's cool air.
Got
We're
some
taking
background
it.
noise.
All right, this is, each year we review our investment policy per the Public Funds Investment Act, Chapter 2256. This one does require action. What we've done is reviewed the policy. We do not recommend any changes. If you recall, this was actually just recently updated in the latest TASB update policy in May of 2023. So once we reviewed it, the only change that I can recall off the top of my head was that the TASB did change it from our maximum maturity from 1 year to 3 years. We really do not anticipate getting many investments for 3 years. We may go a little longer than a year because we do know that the investment curve, or yield curve, is getting ready to invert the other way, and so the long-term rates will be higher than the short-term, and so we might maximize some investments, but I do not see us going out 3 years. But it may be more than the one that we've used in the past.
Board members, any questions? Then we need a motion, please.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the resolution adopting investment policy and investment strategy as presented, reflecting no changes to policy as revised and adopted on May 25th, 2023, as part of TASB's comprehensive policy review.
A second.
We have a motion from Christine, a second from Francesca. Any other discussion? All right, we're going to call a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 yeses. All those opposed? 0. Motion passes. And now we're up to the next agenda item. It's not for approval. It's our business and monthly reports. Pete, take it away.
All right, we will keep this relatively simple and short. Just a couple. The first one is the monthly financial reports. I do want to just draw attention in case someone does look at this, and because it is as of June 30th, and even though it is as of our fiscal year, these are unaudited. So when you look at the revenues, that they exceed expenditures, I don't want you to think we're adding $90 million to our fund balance, because that's not the case. This does not include, we still have to go back and move the July and August payrolls for all of our 187-day contracts, basically all of our teaching staff, and then for our staff that are your APs and a few other groups, one of their July pay period will get moved back. So it'll reflect more what we brought to you earlier at the 10 million about a month ago was what we estimated prior to doing the 5 million transfer out. So it's not going to be 90 million. I just didn't want someone to look at that and think, wow, so. But again, it is unaudited and it does not have the payroll liability in there. The monthly board, sorry, I can't read. Or we have the bond status report. I was looking at board. The bond status report, the only thing we'd have at is the second page at the end, which is the latest bond, which has just started.
When do we start seeing, like we did the CMARs and then architect, when do we start seeing those items start reflecting in here?
We approved those a couple tonight, and so once those contracts begin signed and the design and eventually construction, those will start hitting, the expenses will start hitting on the bond report. Is that what you're referring to?
Right, so it's when the contracts are signed is when those start showing up in here.
Yeah, then they'll start doing the work, we'll start doing POs, and as they do the work, we usually pay we don't pay it all up front, we put it on a percent of completion basis. Definitely on the construction side, the architect fees is usually paid the same rate, but their fee is spread out over the construction piece. The next one we do have is a monthly investment report. Since we just went over the annual one, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time unless there's some questions on it. And then the monthly tax collection report, we are at 99.15% tax collections for the fiscal year 23. So we feel we're in good standing there. And I don't have any other comments on any of the monthly reports unless there are any other questions.
Board members, do you have any other questions? We don't. Thank you so much, Pete.
Thank you.
It is 10:21 p.m. and the board will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Codes. Let's get ready. Texas Government Code 551071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551074, personal, deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties of a public officer or employee. Texas Government Code 55100821, deliberation regarding matters that whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551076, deliberations regarding security devices or security audits. No action will be taken in closed session. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken when the board returns to open session. It is 10:50 p.m. and the board is returning to open session. I want to remind our board members, you'll love this, Trish, please do your board meeting debrief and make sure you do your hot dogs. But don't do it on the square. Do it all over the page. I'm just kidding. All right, board members, it is, what is it now? 10:51, and we have no further business. The meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees is adjourned.